Now, I'm told that everyone has to stand when they speak for the sake of the microphones. That's the only reason. For the camera? Yeah. Okay, we've got a full complement of our member councillors with the exception of Councillor Pauline Young, who has sent her apologies for this morning. Would someone like to move the apology? Councillor O'Neill, seconded by Councillor Owen Jones. All in favour? Against? Carried. We also welcome our visiting councillors, Baldwin Lumsden, Councillor Patterson, Councillor McDonald, who are joining us today. All right, councillors, we've got a number of start items, which we can go through and unstar any. So, Councillor Peter Young.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Chair. I'd like to unstar or request unstar 3, 4 and 6, please.
Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to unstar item 5 and item 9. Thank you.
I'm happy to move the start item.
All right, on that basis, we have no more stars to remove. And I don't think we can probably add any stars today, so we'll just move on with the meeting. Item 2, conflict of interest declarations. Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman,
Oh, sorry. What's one? Oh, yeah, well, we do have a start item. Councillor Owen Jones, you can move the start item. Seconded by Councillor Gates. All in favour? Against? Carried. Sorry. Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I've yet to seek some advice pertaining to item 8. So while I'm not in a position to make a conflict of interest declaration right now, what I will do is take the step of leaving the meeting while item 8 is considered so that I can seek some advice from the City Solicitor ahead of full council. I'll also just rise to make it clear I've not had any dealings with the report or spoken to any city officers as well, so I haven't participated in the decision-making process to date.
Councillor Gates.
Thank you, Chairman. In regard to item 3, I will be leaving the room. I've provided the Minute Secretary with the details of donations received from both Gasman Development Perspectives and Gold Coast Marine Aquaculture. That related to 2.2, and even though the approval has been issued, I will leave the room while the actions are noted. And also in regard to item 2.1 of the delegated, the special DELs, UPS was also a donor, and I've provided those details. So I'll be out of the room for item 3. In regard to item 7 today, I would seek Council's consideration that I remain in the room. The planning consultant to that application is Place Design. Place Design provided a donation to me in 2011 and 2014. The amounts have been provided, and in 2016 a donation of $1,850 was fully refunded. But I'm seeking to remain in the room due to what is a large and important project to the city.
So we can see the detail of those. So nothing prescribed there, Councillor Gates?
No.
Councillor Vorster?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just a question through you to Councillor Gates. Councillor Gates, have you had any conversations or meetings or received any representations on behalf of the applicant by the planning consultant?
Had no contact from the planning consultant. However, my office was contacted by the applicant, and I advised I was unable to have any discussion at all because I would need the approval of council to do so. So, no.
Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, were there any other interested parties? I think there's a list of consultants to the application that Councillor Gates will make a declaration on. Or is it merely
It's just
Place
place
design.
design, I think. Is that right, Councillor Gates?
Correct.
Okay. Did anyone want to move anything in relation to Councillor Gates's conflict? Councillor Owen Jones.
So, Mr Chair, I'm happy to move our standard words in regards to place. Our city solicitor isn't here.
No.
So, are you able to rescue some? What's that, sorry? So I think it's remote. It's from a consultant. It's below the prescribed level. And I think that we're all better off served with Councillor Gates being in the room.
Thanks.
Okay, why don't we say the relationship is minor and remote.
Do we have the words from a previous minutes?
There was probably one on
Sorry?
the last agenda.
Actually,
That's okay.
last
The
week we
relationship
didn't have one.
is minor and remote,
Okay.
given the quantum and date of donation, and the donor is a consultant to the project only, comma, what was the other thing we just said? That and the public benefit in Councillor Gates remaining in the room outweighs any perception of conflict.
So I'm happy to second that.
Okay, that'll do. So moved by me, seconded by Councillor Owen Jones.
Sorry, Mr Chairman, for whatever reason, my name is included in the optional section there. I'm sure that section will be removed, but it's I'm not involved in making any declaration on this item.
That's fine.
I think that's just your frequent flyer.
Yep. Okay. Right, everyone happy with those words? Councillor Peter Young, sorry.
Thanks, Chairman. Which specific development application does this pertain to in item 3?
Number 7.
Breaking.
So we've moved on to item 7,
Gotcha.
which is the Robina.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Everyone happy with that wording? We'll take the vote. All in favour? Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Hamill, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Caldwell. Against? And Councillor Gates did not vote. Okay, any other conflicts of interest that are known at this point in time? All right, Councillor Gates will move to item 3 now, so if you want to leave the room while we deal with that item. Councillor Owen Jones.
So I'm happy to move it, but I've just got a question through you to the Director in regards to the information that we receive. Is it possible to add into the notes if the divisional what the divisional councillors either position or whether or not that it had been communicated? I think that would just help in regards to clearly a decision's been made, we're noting it, but I think it would help if we're actually have a line of sight as to whether or not the divisional council had a position.
Through you, Mr Chair, Councillor Jones, we can do that. We can certainly do it when we have we verbally discuss it when we have the special delegation meetings, but we can do that in the future.
So I think the only way it really ends up in special delegation is if the local councillor has requested that it either go to committee or be dealt with by a special delegation because of whatever level of concern they might have. So we sort of go into the meeting on the assumption that it needs some higher level of scrutiny. And as the director said, usually the first question that's asked is what's the view of the local councillor. So Councillor O'Neill, then Councillor Hamill.
Thank you, Chair. I actually talking about item number 2.3, 275 Boundary Street, Coolangatta. I did want this item to go to committee, but it was a time situation. That's why it went to special del. I did actually put some comments of concern about this development to the officers, and I really would have liked it to be reflective in the report. Because I think they were important concerns, and they were concerns of a lot of the constituents around that area. So if we could do that in the future, that'd be great. Thank you.
And Roger, do you just want to help the committee out just to understand in that situation where we're against a timeline on a code accessible application, what the resultant circumstances would be if we weren't able to make a decision in that circumstance?
Through you, Mr Chair, officers appreciate the concerns of Councillor O'Neill. In this case, the applicant was unwilling to provide an extension to the decision-making period. So officers were forced to actually have this application decided under special delegation because the consequences would have been a deemed approval, and a deemed approval would have been catastrophic, as there would have been no way to have imposed certain conditions that officers have in order to actually get a good and reasonable outcome. So that is the reason why council officers did that.
Councillor Hamill, then Councillor Jones. Oh, you're right. Councillor Jones.
Through you, Mr Chair, to Roger. So would have that been a deemed approval without conditions?
Through you, Mr Chair, we still would have been able to have put conditions on, but there can be no conditions that can be construed in any way to be refusing or going against that original approval.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, and this might be a question to you, Chair. So I'm just curious about that process in terms of, and I realise that that's dictated to us in terms of that time frame. But how do we make sure that that doesn't happen? Like, how much time would it take in future ones so that you get your decisions made and it still allows time to come to us? I mean, is there really just, yeah.
Through you, Mr Chair, it's a great question, and officers, look, we do all we possibly can to try to get code assessment items up to committee. Unfortunately, legislation is not our friend, and an applicant's prerogative, they are able to manipulate the legislative statutory timeframes to make it impossible for certain items to make committee meeting dates.
Councillor Petty-Young.
Thanks, Chair. I asked for this item 3 to be unstarred so that we might actually have this discussion about the particular matter, the current D-Bar Cafe at Boundary Street, Coolangatta, because there's obviously quite a bit of public interest in the decision that's been made on essentially a non-compliant application. And it's interesting to have this articulated in the public realm that it was the applicant's decision not to enable a delay so the committee and council could consider the application. I think that's essential for people to know. Thanks for the opportunity.
That's right. I think we should just be cautious about using words like non-compliant, because the officer's report actually recommended approval to the special delegation meeting. So on that basis, you know, we have to draw the conclusion that they've actually believed that it's a lawful approval and within the bounds of city plan. Is that a fair comment, Director?
If I might respond, Mr Chairman. The report itself says there are a number of non-compliant elements, and I understand that those things can be argued around and achieve an acceptable outcome, but I'm just referring to that.
All right, any other questions, councillors? Someone like to move that? Moved by Councillor Owen Jones, seconded by Councillor Hamill. Take the vote. All in favour? Against? Carried. Sue, if you could invite Councillor Gates back. All right, item 4. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Chairman. Again, I've asked for this one to be unstarred and in fact brought to committee just so that there's some public exposure on the matter, because this is not this particular application, but this site has attracted a lot of public interest in the community, in Nerang in particular, because of an extensive amount of clearing that's been undertaken. But I wanted to take the opportunity to articulate a couple of points to councillors and thank the officers for an excellent report that gives us a great summary of a great range of approvals that have been granted over the site over many years, which leads to a fairly complicated and easily misunderstood position today. But all we're dealing with today is in fact a change of the currency of the current preliminary approval, and in that regard I'm happy to move the officer's recommendation, Mr Chairman.
Thanks. Seconded by Councillor Owen Jones. Did you want to speak any further to that?
Very
Councillor Young?
briefly, if I can draw your attention to page 230, that shows a what you might call a master plan for the site. It's quite a large site on Gilston Road, and the blue sections are the commercial areas, and the area number 5 is essentially dominated now by the existing shopping centre and car park. Area 6 was to be, from an approval granted in 2008 and another one in 2018, was to be a very large expansion of a shopping centre. And area 5, the red is, the red area is a future residential. So these are the broad elements, and of course the riverine precinct, the green precinct, which we sought to protect through a court appeal that was lodged by the applicant in regard to the 2018 approval, which we granted. You might recall that process, Mr Chairman. So ultimately, unfortunately, I'm just articulating this in the public realm, unfortunately an appeal was lodged against the 2018 approval, which granted a significant expansion of the shopping centre. It had very many desirable elements in it. The applicant sought to appeal a condition, or a couple of conditions in particular related to that riverine strip. We defended that, and whilst that appeal was being pursued over a very long period of time, the principal tenant that the owner had secured for the site, Kmart, withdrew their interest in continuing, and with that the commercial reality or viability of the project crumbled somewhat. So significant disappointment to the local community, because they've been really looking forward to this expansion for a long time. And then that was frustrated even more so by the fact that the applicant, the owner made an application to clear the entire site. That was rejected on the grounds that we had formally defended, and it's in the city plan that we have that riverine strip. So an approval was granted only to clear the area that was previously approved for the expansion of the shopping centre, even though the applicant had the owner by that time determined he didn't want to go ahead with it. So there is now another application in the system, and Mr Morris tells me today that the applicant's just responded to the information request a couple of days ago, so we should see that come forward in the next couple of months. And that's for a small expansion of the shopping centre, just an additional supermarket and a couple of shops. And I will warn the community that there is some vegetation remaining along the frontage of Gilston Road, but that will ultimately disappear because we're going to be widening Gilston Road to a 4-lane standard. It's in the CapEx program, the capital expenditure program, for a couple of years away or 3 years away. So that's a desirable objective, but there will be further loss of vegetation associated with that. And I heard a rumour that there may be another application coming through on the site for that area, the pink area, the future residential, so there will be some form of residential development there, possibly towers, and that will result in further clearing. So with all of that, which is digressing very much from the core of this report, which is just seeking the extension of the currency period, and I have no objection with that. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I remember the social media frenzy about the Kmart at Nerang. So no doubt a huge amount of disappointment there for locals. All right, anyone else want to speak for or against? We'll take the vote. All in favour? Against? Carried. Item 5.
Is there a penalty for white bow ties and no socks?
For white bow tie? Oh, no. No. It's dressed early for dinner. All right, Councillor Vorsey, did you have just a few questions or did you want a short presentation?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't need a presentation, being intimately familiar with this application by now, but there is significant community interest in it, and I've undertaken on behalf of the community just to ask a few questions of city officers so that residents have a transparent and clear-eyed view about how we arrived at this position. So with your indulgence, I'll just ask a few questions and officers can be as brief as they reasonably can be. Thank you. Do you mind if I remain standing while I ask all the questions? Yeah. Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, through you to our wonderful city officers, my first question is, I think we'd all know the answer, but again, this is for the benefit of the community. The community title scheme, so the larger site, presently is improved by 2 office buildings, which are notionally commercial uses. Residents have asked whether residential product was ever contemplated or proposed to be developed on the balance of the site.
Thank you, Councillor Vorster. Through the chair, it's difficult to say originally. The original rezoning approval over the site was entirely for offices, as in an office complex with and within a business park type theme. However, the current zoning over the land, which is obviously now the applicable instrument, being the neighbourhood centre zone, does allow for code accessible multiple dwellings. And part of the assessment of that is to ensure that the neighbourhood centre can maintain its function in serving the surrounding area, which was assessed as part of the approval and considered to comply. But as to the original development intention over the land, officers probably couldn't comment on that. But
sorry, Mr. Chairman, I should just clarify. I don't mean to go back to the Robina the original Robina specific legislation. I suppose you've answered my question, which is that at the time the application was lodged, the prevailing planning instrument provided for residential land uses subject to different levels of assessment based on density. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. Yep.
Right.
Code accessible land use, however, it triggered impact due to several other factors involved. Yep.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My next question relates to, and again, this is something that should be self-evident to those making planning decisions, but for the benefit of the community, there was some consternation that the development was being publicly marketed to prospective buyers without council approval, and residents were concerned that council had prejudged the outcome before it's presented today as a report. But it's my understanding that there were a number of issues with the development which would have meant that it did not or would not have earned city officer support, which the applicant had to address in order to come to this position. So it wasn't I don't know my French, but it wasn't a fait accompli, is that it? Would that be a fair characterisation of the assessment process?
French the only language you
I swear. Swahili, and I know swear words in many others. So, Mr. Chairman, through you to officers.
Through the chair, there were outstanding issues with the application, including communal open space and a few other things that were not resolved until the recommendation was put forward by officers. So you're correct in your statement there.
And would it be fair, Mr. Chairman, through you to officers, that apart from issues to do with communal open space, that city officers were able to secure from the proponent concessions around privacy, overlooking, and also creating an impermeable boundary to the west, which would prevent access to the site from Mornington Terrace?
Through the chair, correct. The applicant did address all of the concerns that officers raised, both in terms of privacy and overlooking potential matters to the north, as well as creating no pedestrian linkages through the north of the site, and that is basically to address local concerns about potential parking on the end of the cul-de-sac. So the applicant has addressed all of those issues, and council officers were satisfied with that.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, this local community, which is notionally known as the Peninsula in Robina, treasure their otherwise quiet residential streets, and some concern was expressed through, I think, a multi-signatory submission to council about the level of traffic that may be induced through the local road network as a result of this 20-unit townhouse development. We'd all appreciate that this site sits within an office park and may be developed in other ways. Can officers provide any insight as to whether this may represent one of the lowest intensity outcomes that could be delivered on the site under the present planning provisions? In other words, are there other outcomes, for example, a third office building or an aged care facility, for example, which would have brought more traffic to the area rather than these 20 townhouses?
Through the chair, that's correct. I actually have a slide on that, if it's possible to bring up maybe the presentation. I'll shoot right to the end of it.
Thank you.
The very last slide, potentially. Oh, thank you. Oh, so I've gone outside of it. Oh, well, it's up there anyway. So through the chair, I put you to the bottom table. Officers have basically undertaken a calculation of if an office building was to be built on the site, under the current parking rates and vehicle generation rates, it would generate 42 trips in the AM and 32 trips in the PM peak. And as you can see, as compared to the proposed development, which has 13 trips in the AM and 13 trips in the PM, the proposed development is about 3 times less busy in terms of traffic than a potential office development.
Right. So, Mr. Chairman, I think it would then be fair to say that there would be less traffic on these local roads and more parking available on site to accommodate the land use if this were supported. Mr. Chairman, I only have one more question. This site sits within a community title scheme, right? And there are other bodies, corporate involved, and I think there must be a BMS that sits over them all. To the eastern boundary of the site is a boardwalk that provides a public access along Lake Orpheus to Lone Pine Park. Can officers clarify whether that boardwalk is a public asset or whether it is privately owned? And if it is privately owned, who owns the boardwalk?
Through the chair, that's an excellent question, Councillor Vorster. There's a long and I would say complicated history with the boardwalk. The boardwalk is obviously built above the waterline and a rock wall, and the boardwalk actually sits across both public land and private land. And the property boundary in between is not regular, and so when the boardwalk was originally constructed, it doesn't look like it was intended to follow any property line. It was basically just built above the waterline, so it sits above both public and private property. On that basis, officers also added a condition requiring that the boardwalk remain open to the public at all times, given that it sits in council property, to maintain pedestrian connectivity. As for the actual structure itself, it is maintained by the body corporate or the parent body corporate of that property, and it was originally constructed by them in 1990.
So, Mr Chairman, that draws my questions to a conclusion. If there are no others, I'm happy to move the item, so I may talk briefly to it.
Moved by Councillor Vorster, seconded by Councillor Gates. So just to flesh out that access situation, is it covered by way of an easement or is it just a condition?
Through the Chair, there's no easement over the boardwalk. There was never one proposed at the time it was constructed, and never has been in place since. So it's just a condition at this moment.
And Mr Chairman, and please through you again, Mr Chairman, to city officers, correct me if I'm wrong. The complicating feature of this discussion is that the boardwalk sits outside of the boundary of the site and belongs to the communal space of the greater body corporate. So there'd be, to my understanding, an issue applying an easement over a property that technically sits outside of the subject application, which is why it's been dealt with as a condition.
So whose ownership is the lake in?
It's ours.
Right.
Through the Chair, the boardwalk or the portions of it that are privately owned were included as a parcel in the subject application because the parent lot was also included due to parking and bin storage reasons. So the actual portions of the boardwalk are part of the application. Therefore, we can apply the reasonable and relevant conditions to that private property.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the least we should be doing, but I think it's worthwhile just reviewing that between now and full council, because what will happen is you've got a number of property owners that will be living right on the public boardwalk, and you will come under pressure to have that boardwalk closed for public access. And if our the tenure arrangements aren't strong enough, it will be very difficult to resist. So.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. That's precisely what I would have talked to when moving the item. But I appreciate your experience, obviously, both as a lawyer and chair of planning. Anything we can be doing as a council to strengthen that, I'd fully support. And I think that'll become germane to a later discussion.
I'm happy for you to open debate.
Thank you very much, Mr Chairman. Mr Chairman, the way in which Robina, development in Robina has unfolded is quite interesting because developers, or the developer of Robina in this area very early on articulated a vision for the precinct, and they spent a lot of time and money through publications like the Robina Review painting a picture of the way development would unfold. Notwithstanding the marketing around what this precinct would look like, the prevailing planning instruments have always allowed for different outcomes, and certainly at the time that this application was lodged, there was contemplation that residential uses could be contained in what is presently an office park. A number of residents contacted me when they became aware of this application, concerned that what they saw as green space would be consumed by development. And there's been some amount of effort on my part to explain to residents that what we're dealing with is private property that sits within an office park and always had development rights. And that the interest, I think, that council takes is to ensure that development is reasonable, and the interest I take as a local representative is that the impacts of development are minimised, and therefore when an opportunity is presented to achieve the lowest possible intensity outcome, it merits proper consideration. And even though I might have a disposition to low intensity outcomes, city officers did not run into this process with approval in mind, and that there was I feel, a lot of pressure on the applicant to respond to community concerns. The community has been listened to by city officers, they've been listened to by the applicant, and I think the last slide that we saw of a great presentation, I'm sure, illustrates that this outcome of inevitable development will have fewer cars on the road and less impact on parking. And because this area benefits from a network of lovely walks, and because the locals treasure this access to this boardwalk, assessing this application and seeking its approval or moving its approval is an opportunity to provide the community enduring rights to that boardwalk, which not only are not presently guaranteed, but in the past have been frustrated by the erection of gates. So this site has had past form blocking off access. So my message really to members of the community is that if you're seeking an outcome that has fewer cars on the road and has less impact on car parking, this is actually a desirable outcome. And if you live in the vicinity and you treasure your ability to walk along that lake to enjoy the amenity provided by the neighbourhood centre and access to public transport at the southern boundary of Lone Pine Park, this application merits support because your right to walk along that lake will be protected. So I just want to thank city officers. I want to thank the residents who provided input, including Max and Maureen, and also want to thank the proponent as well for making the concessions they have to arrive at this middle ground. Thank you.
Sorry. Anyone else want to speak for or against? Councillor Vorse, you happy with that as being closed? Yes. Yep. All right, we'll take the vote. All in favour? Against? Carried. Item 6. Burleigh Theatre arcade development. Did anyone want a presentation on this? Councillor McDonald? Jamie, you got a presentation?
Through the Chair, this application is for a development permit for a material change of use for a food and drink outlet, multiple dwelling for 30 units and a shop, and a development permit for a building works for a partial demolition of a local heritage place. The development application relates to 64 Goodwin Terrace and 1823 Gold Coast Highway, Burleigh Heads. This is the old Burleigh Theatre arcade site. The subject site is located on Goodwin Terrace amongst existing medium and high-rise buildings. The site is located to the south of the Burleigh Heads Beach, to the west of Rudd Park, to the east of James Street and to the northeast of the Gold Coast Highway. The site has a frontage to Goodwin Terrace and the Gold Coast Highway and has an area of 1,667 square metres. The site is within the medium density residential zone and within the 29-metre building height designation on the building height overlay map. The application required impact assessment due to the building height, land uses and building work proposed. The temporary local planning instrument number 7, protection of the Old Burleigh Theatre Arcade 2019, applies to 64 Goodwin Terrace. The TLPI was established to ensure that the cultural heritage significance of the Old Burleigh Theatre Arcade is protected and to ensure that development is appropriately designed to respond to the building's cultural significance. Following the implementation of the TLPI, a conservation management plan was endorsed, which details the heritage significance of the old Burleigh Theatre arcade. The proposed development seeks to retain the front bookend of the old Burleigh Theatre arcade, which has been identified as an element of high significance. So the proposed development is for a 14-storey or 43.5 metre building. It has 30 units or 92 bedrooms, which results in a residential density of 1 bedroom per 18 square metres. This perspective view shows how the tower and the podium will appear from the Gold Coast Highway, and also demonstrates the feature sliding screening at the western facade. This screening will be operable by each unit, resulting in a constantly changing western facade. The proposal comprises 3 basement levels, accommodating a total of 84 car parking spaces for residents, visitors and commercial staff and patrons. Vehicles accessing and servicing the site will be by the southern frontage at the Gold Coast Highway. The ground level includes 4 commercial tenancies for shop and food and drink outlets. The main pedestrian entrance is via Goodwin Terrace or along the western side of the building. This image shows the typical tower floor plate, which comprises 2 units per floor. One of the key considerations that form part of the assessment was the building separation to the tower to the east, which is built to the common boundary. The development provides a minimum setback of 6 metres to the fixed screening and 6.6 to the wall of the building. It is noted that the adjoining development is oriented away from the subject site, with the lift core and solid wall interfacing with the subject site. The predominant outlook for residents of the adjoining development is towards the north-northeast. The separation provided, the tower floor plate of the proposed development, and the fixed privacy screening is considered to protect the amenity of the tower to the east and of the proposed development. During public notification, 87 properly made submissions were received, including 86 objections and 1 petition, and one submission in support. 4 not properly made objections were also received. The key concerns raised include building height, building form, local character, setback, site cover, scenic amenity, shadow, heritage, density and car parking. The submissions have been reviewed and city officers are satisfied that the items have been addressed within the assessment contained within the report. City officers have completed assessment against the city plan and consider the development to be consistent with the development intended for the urban neighbourhoods element. The development has been assessed against the TLPI and the Conservation Management Plan, which is the document that guides development at the site and is considered to appropriately maintain the cultural heritage significance of this site. Officers therefore recommend that this application be approved subject to conditions. Are there any questions?
Councillor McDonald, did you?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This became an impact development because of the height. It is in a 29-metre area, and so they applied for the uplift to what it is now of 43.5. They did have an application in for 46.5, but it has been reduced by 3 metre. And as we just heard from the officers, that the number of objections that came in regards to this, it has created much interest in the community of the Gold Coast, and the number of concerns that have been raised by residents, and the officers have mentioned that they have addressed those concerns. However, I believe that this is a unique site on the Gold Coast. It's a beautiful area down there, and we have lost a degree of an opportunity to make this development really special, I believe. One of the aspects of the development that they had applied for in the beginning was to put a theatre in there. And unfortunately, as we progressed through the application, that theatre was removed, which I feel that was, like I mentioned, was an opportunity lost. The original application showed the inclusion of the theatre, and I supported that inclusion because I felt that it was a point of difference to other developments. This is probably one of the first of its type here on the Gold Coast, and we had an opportunity to really make that difference. It was a difficult site because I understand at the rear of the site, a fifth of it was lost to the light rail station, and the development next door, as we heard, was on the boundary. And there are 30 units in this particular application with the commercial aspect on the bottom. I have had meetings with council officers and the applicant. Is that correct? Was that information correct?
Sorry?
30 units, was that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. I did have a meeting with representatives of the applicant and council officers, and I did try to have the inclusion of the theatre back in it again because I felt very strongly about it, and also I know that the community did. And there's a number of community members that actually put a lot into
Mr. Chair.
Submissions.
Is there a question to this? Like, I feel like we've gone into debate already. I've got questions.
Councillor McDonald, if we can just try and get to the questions.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, just following that there, would we have an issue with would we have an issue with the officer perhaps sitting in between these as well, if that's not a problem?
Under control, Councillor Hamill.
Councillor Hamill, this is an important aspect for the people of the Southern Gold Coast, so I hope that you'd hear me out. Some of the issues that I have spoken to the officers about, and I have raised this before, in addition to the conditions that they've put on, was about the waste collection, and I did have a condition put on another development that we had. I think it was the last meeting. I did ask the officers to have a look at that waste collection area, and I don't know if they've done anything about that, but that was one of the other aspects I asked them to address.
You happy with the waste, Jamie?
Through the chair, yes, we are. So I understand the question was relating to the odour from the waste storage room.
That's right.
So we did have a look into that matter, and the National Construction Code calls up through the Australian standards for waste storage rooms to be appropriately, designed for odour purposes. So there are minimum exhaust rates for those storage rooms. So we were comfortable that the Australian standards would deal with that matter.
Okay, all right. Well, when I get the complaints, I'll pass them on to you guys.
Councillor Hamill.
Mr. Chair, I'm interested in the 6 metre separation between the proposed building and the existing building. There's been some commentary in some of the submissions against around why the building wasn't central to the facade at the front. I was wondering if we get a bit more explanation around why the 6 metres was important, or was it considered to bring it close, or it can't be to meet conditions?
Well, the problem is that La Pacific, if people are worried about setbacks these days, La Pacific's like 14 stories and it's built zero to boundary.
Mr. Chair,
it's actually quite incredible, really. So
I fully appreciate that. It'd just be good to air that out a little bit, since it seemed to be one of the main concerns raised in objections.
Do you want to talk about that, Jamie, that building separation?
Yeah, through the chair. So when the application was lodged, it was more centred on site. So from memory, I think the setback was about 4.6 metres. So we requested that they actually push that building as far away as they could from the La Pacific building to get that minimum of 6 metres, which we thought was appropriate building separation. And I guess going further into that, we were satisfied that, their orientation and the actual form that presents at that boundary was appropriate to protect their amenity.
Councillor Vorster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a question about the maintenance of the facade moving forward, because plainly council has sensibly, excuse me, should have drink some more water, just a moment. Excuse me. Council has taken a sensible approach to intervening and securing the heritage value at the site. I feel that the vote wasn't unanimous, that's for sure, but I think on balance council came to a sensible position in seeking to preserve the heritage value here. But what I noticed when the service station was removed as part of the preparation work for the state government's light rail project was that the facade was affected by acts of vandalism, graffiti, right, which to my mind didn't support the heritage value of the site. In fact, it detracted from it. I just wondered whether city officers could point to any condition of approval that would put a positive obligation on the body corporate to ensure that the facade is well maintained and free from things like posters, graffiti, other markings that might detract from the pristine state that it might be at the time that the development's opened.
So through the chair, we have recommended a condition. So condition 13, it's on page 464 of the agenda, which is in relation to graffiti. So any graffiti that is on the building is to be removed in accordance with our city policy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I struggle well, I don't, because I take zero tolerance, but sometimes there is some dispute around what constitutes street art, what constitutes graffiti, and even the application of so-called bills on a facade can detract from the heritage value of it, in my view. I'd be interested to understand from an enforcement point of view what would constitute graffiti and therefore be a trigger for enforcement, or whether between now and full council there can be some thought to a more general condition that calls for the facade to remain free of any markings or bills or what have you that detract from the heritage characteristics of the facade. Just because I don't want to see a slow slide towards an unkempt facade, having invested so much in the process of establishing a TLPI and working with the community to secure this heritage asset. So, if you can take...
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Chair, I guess the process for compliance as it works at the moment is largely complaints driven. We simply don't have the resources to do surveillance, so trying to sort of anticipate how it might work if we did receive complaints that the building had been vandalised or had graffiti on it. Our officers would go out and use their best judgment to go and work out if that was unwanted graffiti. If it was, we would have to start the show cause process under the Planning Act.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think this is an interesting one because quite often with planter boxes, for example, or green walls, there are conditions that call for the, those green assets to be properly maintained and looked after. They're green assets and they affect the facade and the appearance of the building. To my mind, the same sort of approach should apply to this facade. In fact, we should take even greater interest because it's perhaps the first time we're doing this as a city. I think development compliance as an enforcement approach is the only thing that we can lean on ultimately, but I would still like some contemplation of a condition that may call for this facade to be free from markings, anything that would detract from its historically pristine appearance. I think that's important to do because plainly the site has been the target for graffiti and we've gone to a lot of expense on behalf of ratepayers to do the work of preparing a TLPI and going through this process that if we don't protect this asset, I think we imperil a little bit of the investment that we've made. So I'm not sure how that looks, how it works. I'm prepared to draft something myself. But if city officers could just try and tighten that as far as possible, I think would be in keeping of the spirit that a majority of us had at the time we voted to protect this.
So, Councillor Walsh, I think you'll recall last time it came to committee, I think you raised a similar issue and we established that it is covered in the Conservation Management Plan. So the Director's just indicated that perhaps we can tighten up the connection between the intention in the Conservation Management Plan and our approach to the planning approval and the enforcement of that.
I think that'd be great. Thank you.
Councillor Owen Jones, followed by Councillor Hamill.
So if I could just ask a follow-up question in regards to embellishments at the building. On page 522 of the agenda, there is an image that shows on part of the building behind the facade, on the brickwork, some imagery. So I think Councillor Vorster is correct in identifying the need to make sure that there isn't graffiti, but clearly, there's also some imagery that's proposed as part of the overall development as well. So if you're proposing words, I think we just need to make sure that we don't inadvertently capture some of the embellishments that the architects have worked through in that space. I had a question, Mr Chair, through you to the area councillor McDonald, in regards to an earlier iteration of the proposal that might have shown a theatre of some description. I was just wondering, Councillor McDonald, if you could give me an idea of where that might have been on a floor plate and whether or not you had contemplated a condition that we might be able to impose upon the developer in regards to installing the theatre that you thought had initially been proposed.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I haven't got those details with me. I've had quite an extensive discussion with both the officers and the applicant in regards to this, and it was on their original plan that they... Pardon?
At the front of the building.
It was, on the second level, I think it was. I can't recall. Officers may be able to fill it.
Yeah, through the chair. I believe it was during the sort of pre-lodgement discussions. I'm not aware of the plans. I know it was talked about, but when it was actually lodged, the theatre was not included.
So I don't even know if we could apply a condition that made them do it because they haven't actually applied for that use. So it's not, to me, it's not within the contemplation of the current application. Councillor Owen Jones.
Just understand on the side of the building that's adjacent to the proposed light rail station, that would all be new brick facade, or is it the old? So that image there is all effectively new brick. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
So what would be protected is quite literally the facade, but none of the side, and there's no renewal. There's no reuse of the blocks. It would just be bricks that mimic the original. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hamill.
Mr Chair, through to the officers, I'm interested to talk about the 50% uplift and the requirement for it to present a varied and interesting skyline, noting that the two closest towers of this are 46 metres and this one's proposed at just under 44. I'm interested how a 2 metre height difference creates an interesting and varied skyline.
Through the chair, that provision relates to the city skyline as a whole. So we have the taller buildings in Surface Broadbeach and further south. So it's not necessarily relating to the building and the adjoining buildings. It's about the entire city and the building height map that applies for the entire length of the city.
There you go, learn something new every day. Yes, of course. Well, I mean, to me, it can be as refined or as broad as what you want to make that the application of that particular provision, because in this situation, I think it's also fair that you would assess it as from the light rail station that a tall building of this scale adjacent to a public open space is adding to an interesting and varied skyline. So you could take it at a very micro level, or if you took it at a broader level, you would see that this type of lower to medium rise offering is what's in keeping with the Burleigh component of our broader city skyline. So, yeah. Who was next? Councillor McDonald, then Councillor Peter Young.
Mr Chair, there are another couple of issues that I raised in regards to the access from Gold Coast Highway. As has been indicated by the state government, the light rail station is going to be adjacent to there, and just around the corner is the entry into the car park. And it's going to be a very difficult, anyone knowing Burleigh, coming around that corner there, going into their car park. I did suggest some sort of digital signage to advise any of the users for the access into that particular car park. The officers didn't seem to feel that that was necessary, but I can see quite a deal of congestion down there. We've got a light rail station. We've got a very high use area. It's on a bend, and the access into that car park, I feel, is going to be quite dangerous. I don't know if they've been able to have a look at that and come up with any other suggestions. If they could answer that, please.
So through the chair, we did have a look at the proposal from Councillor McDonald to include the signage at the frontage. So transport assessment officers did raise some concerns with that proposal. So could I please request for transport assessment to respond to that question?
Through you, Mr Chair, just to Councillor McDonald, the sign that you're wanting, could you elaborate please on what you were kind of thinking the sign would indicate? Was it more that the car parking was full?
Yes, Mr Chair. As I mentioned to you, it's right on a bend where that access and exit is from that car park. We do have a commercial area at the bottom. It is a site for where the light rail is. And if cars have to turn off the highway, go into the car park to find if it's full or empty, you're going to have quite a deal of traffic going in and coming out from that side. And I felt that if there could be some sort of signage, like digital signage that we see in a lot of the car parks now, where car parks fall or there's so many car parks available, I felt that may ease some of the traffic problems that I can see that's going to happen in that particular area.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. The proposal to me raises some concerns in that what I think that will introduce is drivers will then have to make a decision up at ground level. And I think what that will result in is potentially them trying to three-point turn on ground level, which it hasn't been designed for. And what that will do is create potentially delays to other vehicles trying to come in as they three-point turn, which could lead to safety and efficiency problems at ground level. They may also enter the site, see the sign, and then attempt to reverse out, which I think, again, would be a potential safety issue. The other thing that could happen is, as they see the sign from within the Gold Coast Highway, it will cause hesitation. That they'll be forced to make a decision within the travel lane, which will probably force or result in them slowing down unexpectedly and could cause rear-end collisions as well. So the way the development has currently been designed is that all of that commercial visitor parking and residential visitor parking is down on basement level 1, well within the site. There's ample room within that area to turn around should the car park be full. And that parking area for the visitors is quite, down in basement level 1, is quite removed from the main thoroughfare down to the lower basement levels for residents. So any turnaround manoeuvres within that area won't disrupt further traffic flow down into the other basements. So the way it's been designed at the moment, I think, is preferable without some sort of variable sign up at ground indicating that it is full.
Sorry, any other questions, Councillor McDonald?
Yes, the other question that I have, not in relation to that, you know, if you have looked at that and feel that that's the way to go, I can see a problem there that's going to happen. You know, whether you have people hesitating when they see the full sign on the highway, or, you know, whether they drive down into a basement, you've got cars lined up, turning around. Whichever way it goes, I can see an issue. That's all I have for that one particular one, Mr. Chair. But
Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Chair. Just while we've got the Transport Officer there, I just noticed on page 441 that the application was referred to Transport and Infrastructure Light Rail for assessment, and it does say that they suggest the applicant consult with the future Gold Coast Light Rail 3 contractor regarding the proposed streetscape, landscaping and footpath and driveway location. So is it possible that they'd have to change their driveway location?
I'm not quite sure if I'm necessarily able to answer that question. The application has been referred to the State Referral Agency. They've reviewed all of this in the context of what their planning is, and they have approved the access location and stamped up the proposed plans. So, Jamie, did you have anything further to add? Does that answer your question, Councillor?
Well, I guess if they just said, it actually says here that they suggested they talk to the contractor, the light rail contractor, and it says driveway location could be. And I can see what Councillor McDonald's saying, because I know the site really well as well, and it could cause problems.
Unfortunately, the access location and design is not within our jurisdiction, so it is subject to state assessment and approval. So I'm not really sure that I can comment any further.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor.
Councillor Young, did you, I think, sorry, I might have missed you.
Chairman, there's two lines of question I'd like to pursue. One is in relation to the interface with the future light rail or public transport facility, and the other is the heritage aspect. So dealing with the first, I'm looking at an image on page 536 of the agenda, and I'm really struggling to relate that image to the one here on the screen in front of us. They appear radically different, and I don't know if that's just because of some kind of lighting effect that's indicated in this image that I'm referring to on page 536.
So Jamie might want to address this further, but the panelling on the outside of the building is opening and closing and presents quite differently. It's inspired by the theatre curtains of yesteryear, I'm told.
Thank you.
And I'm also told will look quite spectacular at night.
I think the image,
it might be
images for the night.
The image that you're looking at is the nighttime image.
Yeah, the night images do show quite a very attractive design, I think. But I just struggled to connect that with that, and they are the two same things. So in regards to that frontage, we've got plans showing a bus interchange at the front on page 508. 8 and 507. There's a bus interchange in that. There we are. I thought there was going to be a station here, light rail station, and I don't know if we're really getting the best outcome by approving this with a light rail station of undetermined kind of scope, size, location directly in front of it, which is, if it's the same kind of stations that we've got elsewhere in the city, it's going to really clash with what they're presenting to us here. And I don't know if we're getting a fair opportunity to assess what we're putting in place. And it strikes me that we're going to make a similar mistake to that the council made in whenever the approval was given for La Pacific, for it to have a zero setback to the boundary, which creates all sorts of problems now. And I really struggle with this presentation that looks fantastic, but we really haven't contemplated what the light rail station effect is going to be on that and how it's going to deteriorate from the public realm, or could deteriorate from the public realm. So I'm wondering if a question might be, if the future interchange by TMR, is that it, or are we expecting there to be other facilities in association with the light rail stop? Thanks, Chair.
Through the chair, I guess on the preliminary plans that are available on the state's website, that is intended to be a bus interchange. There are significant changes to that area, including the light rail station, but that's all that we have in terms of detail on that proposal.
Yeah.
In regards to the temporary local plan that we have, does that provide an obligation on the state in regards to the design of its a light rail station?
Through the chair, I don't believe so. No.
So I think the bus interchange component is probably temporary until light rail continues to the south. So that won't be a permanent feature, I wouldn't expect, of the long-term look of that corridor.
Well, I'm not sure.
There have been some. Have we got any renders, Jamie, of what the station looks like? No.
This is where the stage 3 finishes, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yes. So there will be a station there.
There's definitely a station
and there'll be
there.
the bus thing to
keep taking people down to Palm Beach.
That'll be removed, and then the light rail extend further south. But I just don't think we've got a fair opportunity to assess all of that, because what I see in the book here looks fantastic, and I don't think we're going to get that at all with a bus interchange out the front and a light rail station there permanently. But that's just a concern, I suppose. The other is the heritage aspect, and that wasn't really addressed much in the presentation, so I just wondered if I could get some input from the officers about that, how we're meeting the aspirations in the TLPI and, you know, through the Heritage Act and so forth. Thanks, Chairman.
Through the chair, so the way that the TLPI addresses the heritage issues is to have that conservation management plan in place, which we have come to council before and had that endorsed. The entire project was assessed against the CMP, the conservation management plan, and it found that all of the significant items that were noted in the CMP were retained, with the exception that they proposed some openings to the front facade. The way we addressed that, we added a condition that those openings would not be allowed, and those would have to be removed from the proposal.
Openings on the windows that face Goodwin Terrace, Councillor Young.
Thank you.
So the officers have effectively held the line on the integrity of the original design with the window openings in place where they are now.
Thanks, Chairman. I'll just make a comment that, in my opinion, although I'm sure genuine efforts have been made to preserve the facade of the building and whatever other elements were identified in the CMP, it seems to me we've just got a brand new building being plonked unfortunately or awkwardly adjacent to a building that has a completely different presentation, character and value, and I think it's a very unusual mix, and I think it's going to be complicated further by the light rail provisions, and I'm struggling to feel good about it.
Councillor Hamill, then Councillor Gates, then Councillor Vorster.
Mr Chair, could the officer confirm for me that if there's any connection with the Queensland Heritage Regulation of 2015 in regards to this building?
Through the chair, do you mean the attachment to the Heritage Act?
Yes.
So anytime that we list a building, we are following the Heritage Act and the Heritage Regulation. So by listing this building as we did, we are following those. Our heritage overlay is pretty much almost a copy of the Heritage Regulation within the POs and AOs. So those have also been addressed within the agenda.
Mr Chair, just so it's aired publicly, since it appears to be one of the main things that's come to objections as well. So you're confident that, as this currently is and with the further conditions that are going to be imposed, that it meets section specific outcome 5 of the Queensland Heritage Regulation 2015?
I am comfortable that it meets all of the heritage conditions, yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Gates, then Councillor Vorster.
Thanks, Chairman. I just wanted to respond in terms of the bus depot on the land adjacent and the perspective that's on page 536, because I'd have to say it does look quite stunning at night from this perspective. And I wondered, even though we don't have details, it would appear from that there may have been discussions with the state over the bus depot there, because there seems to be a centre median. And I just wondered, is it the officer's expectation that that would be within that parcel of land with a centre median of planting that would allow the buses to turn around within? You can see the bus just in the very far, I guess it's the western corner of...
That's a tram.
Is that a tram?
That's a tram. The buses are all the same. The G.
Oh, I see. So
maybe just for ease of reference, could we just get a few of the tram plans packaged up and circulated between now and full council, because it's been a while since any of us have seen those in any detail.
And it would be good to have an idea of what the applicant's view of how that bus depot might work, whether they actually have been consulting with the state on the activity within that little patch. I mean, it looks very attractive here. Is it just for buses heading south, is it planned, or would there be an opportunity for them to turn around within that parcel of land?
Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr Chairman. Just a question, then I'm happy to move the item if you'll take it. Mr Chairman, could officers just clarify whether the state ever expressed interest in securing this site as a Queensland state significant heritage asset, or whether they erred and left it to council to protect this asset?
Through the chair, so we submitted an application to state in order for them to do a heritage listing on a state level. The state did refuse that application and did note that it was more of a local significance item.
Right. So, Mr Chairman, happy to open debate if there's a seconder.
And it's in regards to the interaction of the proposed light rail construction and the development of this site, and whether or not we have any specific conditions in regards to the removal of material, for example, and the timing in regards to the construction of stage 3 of the light rail.
So through the chair, the application was referred to the State Assessment and Referral Agency, who have provided conditions regarding construction. I'm not aware of it being sort of a timing, but they need to negotiate with the state.
So I think we also, from memory in regards to stage 2, there were some issues about how some of the basements are constructed and vibration and what that may mean to the light rail, and the timing of the approvals may overlap with the construction of light rail, or it might actually be an approval that's granted that is then constructed somehow after the light rail is in place. And I think that there are some specific issues in regards to vibration and proximity to the light rail, and I wonder if that has been adequately managed in regards to our conditions.
Through you, Mr. Chair, so page 577 has a condition that's been imposed by the state government. It's condition number 7, and that deals with works near light rail. It includes measures such as the excavation and piling, so that's been covered by the state.
Thank you.
Back to you, Councillor Walsh, if you'd like to move it.
Yes, I would. Thank you.
Someone like to second it? I'll second it. Councillor Worcester.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to acknowledge the work of our city officers who have supported the development of the conservation management plan and the delivery of the TLPI that has protected this asset, because it is new work for this council to be doing. It's a test case, I think, for council, and city officers throughout this process have given me every confidence that we have nailed the execution. I'm very confident in the body of work that has been done. And what gives me further confidence is how the developer, well, I've never met and never met with, but how the developer through this process, as I understand it through our assessment kind of milestones, has responded very willingly to the direction of council by accommodating our request, responding to our political will, and I think being very sympathetic to the community interest in the site, which is to preserve some of the local character and heritage of this part of Burleigh Heads. I'm quite astounded that the state government did not want to protect the site and refused an application for it to be deemed state significant. It is astounding to me. And I think if there is any criticism in the community about this development outcome, those members of the community should level their criticism at the feet of the state government. Council, however, has recognised the heritage value of the site. We have carried out a body of work. We have worked with the proponent and we've sought community feedback through the TLPI process to protect heritage value when the state government refused to do so. And I think while some of us may have a few reservations around the edges, it is hard not to look at the renders and see something that could be quite beautiful, number one. But importantly, I think at street level, where the community would reasonably be expected to interact with the building, see that the proponent have done a great job at capturing the essence of what is there today. Whether or not Cold Rock Ice Creamery will be there or Montezuma's, who knows? Maybe, maybe not. But businesses come and go. The facade has stood the test of time, at least in the time that I've known it, and this development approval will make sure it's protected. There have been some very reasonable questions today, and Councillor Owen-Jones made a very good point around making sure that construction and the associated light rail works can dovetail together, and I think that's been addressed by the officer's responses. Councillor Peter Young, and I don't mean to put words in his mouth, but I think he makes a good point around the interface of the public transport infrastructure that will be delivered in the area and the site, and making sure that one does not imperil the other. He makes a good point. And I can't quite recall if Councillor Young was at the Transport and Infrastructure Committee meeting this round, but I don't think he was. But when the council considered our approach to the fourth stage of the light rail and our involvement, there was a changed recommendation that was made. And one of the, in fact, the top item, which was listed as our priority for that fourth stage of the light rail, and this was led chiefly by Councillor Patterson and Councillor Taylor, was seeking a change in thinking from the state government around the design of their light rail stops, so that light rail stops are sympathetic to the businesses in their local context. And I would hope that us having demonstrated leadership in securing heritage protection here and having carried the workload in securing this outcome from the developer, now shifts a burden onto the state government to respond to the work that these two parties have done and come up with a light rail station that sits well in this heritage corner of Varsity Lakes. I think, of Burleigh, and it's incumbent on them to do so, and I would hope that they take note of our motion that was carried at Transport and Infrastructure. So, Mr Chairman, in summary, I want to thank all involved. People in the community may be uncomfortable, but they're uncomfortable because this is a first. And like even our gallery opposite, I think once you've seen it twice, you'll realise that we couldn't live without it.
Okay. Any other speakers against? Councillor McDonald, I'll allow it, but we're in debate, so let's try and get them done quickly if there are any outstanding.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I did have a question. Some of them have been answered by previous speakers. The other question I want to ask council officers is the groundwater discharge. Do you feel that the conditions that have been applied to this particular development are addressing those groundwater discharge concerns? As we've seen of recent, there has been a staining of the rocks from the stormwater drainage, and with this particular development, and also with any works from the state government, it could add to the issue of the beach. And I'd certainly like to make sure that if there's any discharge into our stormwater system, that it has been addressed sufficiently so it doesn't impact on our beach area.
So through the chair, the application was supported by a stormwater management plan, which has been assessed by our hydraulic officers, and they have recommended approval of that plan.
Thank you, Mr Chair.
Councillor Peter Young.
Thanks, Chairman. Just a clarification to start in response to Councillor Vorster's question about Transport and Infrastructure Committee. Yes, I was there and I did participate in the debate, and I raised issues such as the public safety and also the possible use of local government infrastructure plan as a vehicle to deliver good quality active transport connections to the light rail. And I do recall, no, that's fine, and I certainly was supportive of the aspiration that we encourage the state to look at the design of its future rail stations, light rail stations, so that we don't have the stock standard repeated in places where it's not appropriate. And this is one of those sites where I think it's highly inappropriate. And so perhaps in general business, I'll introduce a motion that we encourage the state government to recognise the particular precinct here for their stage 3, because the discussion we had the other day was particularly about stage 4. But having said all that, I'll hark back to my earlier comments. I think at this point in time, I'm not convinced that the blend of the heritage character and the new building is correct. I think it looks disjointed, and I know and I'm not diminishing the efforts or the enterprise that's been put towards achieving a good outcome. I think it's been genuine, but to me it just looks still very much like two completely discrete buildings stuck awkwardly next to each other, and I don't think that's what was ultimately intended through the purpose of the TLPI and the Conservation Management Plan. And therefore won't be supporting the proposal today.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak for or against? I'll speak briefly for the motion in support of Councillor Vorster's moving of that motion. I think if we all turn our minds back to where this began, our council interest broadly in the site started when there was the potential complete loss of this structure some time ago, and we sought to take steps very quickly to try and preserve something that was identified as being of significant local heritage value, particularly being the facade of the building, which is quite a prominent local landmark. So having taken those steps, I think quite appropriately, we set the applicants here a very difficult task, but properly so, to preserve that facade and improve the site with better use of the space that is in behind. I think that certainly the architects that have been engaged, from my perspective, have done an excellent job in meshing in effectively the preserving of the facade with an improved side of the building that will face the light rail. And now with the service station having been removed to allow for the light rail, that whole side of the building will be opened up. And I think that welcome the locals who walk up from the beach every morning to grab a coffee at Nook will welcome seeing the facade still there as a local landmark, and at ground level that will still be a very significant thing for their day-to-day lives. And in the same way that we've seen the renaissance of the Burleigh Pavilion through some very sensible renovation that still preserved the essence of that building, I think that this will be in years to come, seen as an iconic addition to our skyline. And I think that whilst the preservation of the facade with a new building behind is certainly a new concept to our city, it's been done elsewhere many times over. And I think whilst it's new to us, it probably is an indication of where we're maturing as a city, that we're able to actually identify something that is of value and preserve it and then improve it through new development that's sensitive to, in this case, particularly the facade. So on that basis, I'm happy to support this motion and the approval because I think it comes to a very good conclusion of providing appropriate protection of what is of value whilst still allowing us to refresh the built form offering. Anyone else want to speak for or against? Councillor Jones.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to be voting against it today, but only because I think at council, I'm hoping that Councillor McDonald might have some alternate recommendations, in particular about the car park signage that was raised today. So I'll reserve my judgment in terms of all of the conditions until full council, but I do note that it has been an incredibly difficult application in the context of it was under contract and then the city effectively provided a protection order which clearly changed the direction that what the purchaser may have originally intended for the site. And so that is a positive, but it clearly has been a difficult birth in regards to the design that we see today. So it's a mixture of both the 14 generations of old that the Gilston Theatre was and the one generation of new that's proposed for behind it. But if I could ask Councillor McDonald to give some thought to a condition for council in regards to that parking, I think that might be important.
Councillor Hamill.
Mr Chair, just very briefly, I won't be supporting this one today either. I think you raised a really valid point that a excellent decision in the previous council to put that TPLI in place was done, but that was the easy part. In my eyes, the difficult part was always going to be what happened next and what was put forward on the site, and our ability to stick with the path we set on with that to what we had hoped to envisage for this area for the locals that have such a strong connection to it. I think they've nearly got it, but I'm just not comfortable that they've gone far enough in really joining the new building into the old building and connecting those facades together to really give that very strong vocal local area down there something they'll be proud of for many generations to come. So I won't be supporting this one today.
Anyone else want to speak for or against? Councillor Gates.
Chairman, some may be surprised that I will be supporting this recommendation today, because I think it's sort of been scouted around a little today, but I was not supportive of the TLPI. I backed the state in their view that perhaps it wasn't a significant building, given the fact that from memory, there was just one archway from 1936 that gave it its heritage quality, and the major renovation that had occurred subsequent in the 70s, for me, undermined the value of the site. However, I respect that the community has spoken differently. They love this facade, and there has been a very clear indication of support in retaining it. I feel that one of the major reasons I didn't support the TLPI was that the site had already been purchased by these people, and I thought it was immoral, really, for us to come in after the event when we've had many opportunities in the lead-up to actually make this a heritage listed site had we wished to. We, as councillors, had been circulated to identify areas of significance in each of our divisions historically, and it hadn't made it. So I just felt the timing was a little untoward. Given that the architect has made his very best endeavour, given that the perspectives that I've seen today show a really stunning result at night, which does integrate the existing side wall of the Burleigh Theatre arcade with the new building, I can find my way to support the application today.
Anyone else want to speak for or against? Otherwise, we'll go back to Councillor Vorster to close.
Thank you very much, Mr Chairman. Mr Chairman, when I first asked questions during this debate, I sought information that would allow me, between now and full council, to improve the council decision, ultimately. And that dealt with the issues of vandalism and graffiti and what have you. And I was comforted by the feedback from officers that we could find a way to come up with a stronger condition between now and full council to deal with that issue. In the absence of dealing with that, I would still find a way today at committee to support this application. It's not a, it's great, and I think it's necessary to get this further condition in, but it shouldn't prevent the committee today, the absence of that condition, from making an objective, merits-based assessment that, on balance, this application complies with all of the prevailing planning rules. So while I absolutely respect that Councillor Owen-Jones can't support the application, it's not for me to either speak on his behalf or try and convince him or twist his arm now. I think the issue of entering a parking basement, I would hope, would not prevent councillors in isolation as an issue from finding their way to support this application today. We have an opportunity today to back the work of the council, to back the work of city officers and back the work of the community by bringing this process to fruition and not stumbling at the finish line. We have an opportunity to support a recommendation which says we will identify assets of heritage value, we will protect them while we gather evidence, and on the back of evidence and in good faith dealing with applicants, do our best to finesse an outcome that gets the balance right. That's been the process to date. And I feel that any vote against this recommendation undermines what has been a good process, because I think where it's landed is an exquisite outcome that meets community expectations at large and complies with the rules that we have established through the process. My understanding of the Conservation Management Plan was that its purpose is to preserve the existence of the culturally significant assets in the site. That's the purpose of the plan. The purpose of the plan is not to say that there are two jarring elements on the site. It's to preserve what is there and to integrate it into a built form. And while it may be shocking to compare something that was built in the 1970s with something built in the 2020s, that's always going to be the case. And I think any argument that says that we should not be supporting this outcome because the one building is not sympathetic to the other ignores the fact that that will always be the case with heritage applications, because we will always be, by definition, dealing with something built nearly at least 50 years ago with modern design standards and modern tastes. Mr. Chairman, I think you made an excellent point. This sort of approach to integrating old and new is uncommon here because we're trailblazers on the Gold Coast as a council, but it's consistently the approach taken in any other mature city on this continent. And certainly the buildings I've seen in Europe, where they've had buildings of significant heritage value and a need to integrate modern accommodation and modern commercial space, they have all taken this approach. You have a modern building to modern taste with those important heritage assets preserved and injected into the entire built form. My appeal to everybody in committee today is that if this is not to your taste 100%, that is not a reason to not support this application. The look of the building is not the only, well, it's not the dimension on which this decision should hinge. This decision needs to be made on whether we have preserved and protected the part of the original built form that offers us the cultural and heritage asset. And I can't find my way to believe that this has done anything other than that. But principally, Mr. Chairman, if we don't back this development application, I don't believe we're backing the process. And I think a future decision by this council or any future councils might err and decide not to pursue heritage protection. And I think that would be disappointing because it's been an incredibly good process that's led to a good outcome. And if we falter at the finish line, I don't think we'll be protecting much more in the city. And finally, Councillor Gates, although I appreciate her support for the motion today, she does raise an interesting point. You know, it's the 1970s, it's not the 1930s. But I also know when you visit our gallery across the road and you take in the solid gold exhibition, much of what we point to as Gold Coast cultural icons and the things that we identify with as Gold Coasters, those things on the walls that we're celebrating in a $60 million gallery, well, they're not pictures from the 1930s. They're not. They're largely with the motels and the built form and the beach aesthetic and what have you of the 1950s, 60s, 70s, 80s. Just because it's not the 1930s doesn't mean it doesn't carry heritage value. And if that was an impediment to supporting this today, I think we should all get over it because we celebrate it where it means the most. Thank you.
All right, thanks, councillors. We'll take the vote. All in favour? Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Gates, Councillor Caldwell. Against? Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Owen Jones. Item 7. Councillors, it's 10 to 11. Shall we take a short break? There is some morning tea and you might want to take a comfort stop if you've reached your 2-bottle limit. So let's return at 5 minutes past 11. Do you want to just grab the door? All right, councillors, we'll make a start. All right, we're back on. We're up to item 7. So, Councillor Gates, this was the one where you made a declaration and are staying in the room, just refreshing those playing at home.
Correct, Chairman. I received donations from the planning consultant to this project, the last of which was refunded in full, and the earlier two were in 2011 and 2014, but my colleagues have allowed me to remain in the room and participate.
Great. Now, Councillor Vorster, I think would it be helpful if we had a presentation on this one, just to give some context to the issues?
I think so, Mr. Chairman.
Liam, do you want to fire away?
So, through the Chair, item 7 is a development application which was lodged in June 2017 and it's been assessed against the provisions of the Sustainable Planning Act. So, the planning scheme in force at the time of lodgement was City Plan version 3. So, this application is seeking approval for a Section 242 preliminary approval for a material change of use to vary the effect of the local planning instrument to replace elements of City Plan with the Breakwater Plan of Development. It also includes a Section 241 preliminary approval for reconfiguring a lot to create management lots, private open space, new road, service easements and road opening in state-controlled land. It also includes a Section 241 preliminary approval for bulk earthworks. So should the application be approved, future accessible development on this site will be assessed under the provisions of the Breakwater Plan of Development. The application is recommended for approval with a 15-year period to complete the development. So the slide on screen shows the subject site, which comprises 6 allotments, with a total site area of 88 hectares. The central allotments are privately owned and form the lots anticipated for development. The lots with the dashed outline on screen are state-owned lots and have only been included in the development application for road access requirements. So the following slide provides an aerial view of the subject site. So the site's low-lying flood-affected land. It contains a mix of vegetated areas, open paddock and drainage lines. It's bound by 2 watercourses referred to as Wilson's Drain in the north and Mudgery Bar Creek in the south. So the majority of vegetation on site is noted to comprise mostly weed species, while the only native vegetation of significance is the vegetation located on what's referred to as Snake Hill, which is shaded in green on the plan. The site's also dissected by a major electricity easement containing a 111 volt kilovolt transmission line. So this slide demonstrates the site in the local context. So in proximity to the site is the Robina train station and bus stops, the Robina Hospital, existing and future parklands, private and public schools, Seabus Stadium and the Robina Key Regional Centre, which is the second highest order centre in the city. So this slide here demonstrates the concept master plan. So with the master plan, it seeks to establish 1,500 dwellings on site in a variety of building typologies, including townhouses and apartments. A gross residential density of 1 dwelling per 20 hectares will be achieved, and retail and commercial land uses not exceeding a total GFA of 1,000 square metres is proposed. So as seen on plans, a series of lakes are proposed. These lakes are purposed to address the considerable flood constraints affecting the site. The lakes assist with balancing flood storage while also facilitating the creation of developable building pads above the designated flood level. So the preliminary approval component of the application seeks to override the effective city plan in accordance with the wording shown on screen. So the site's currently located within the emerging community zones where most development is identified as impact accessible. The purpose of this zone is to identify land suitable for urban purposes and manage the conversion of non-urban land to urban purposes. So officers are of the view that the preliminary approval of the nature proposed is a lawful planning mechanism which will manage the conversion of the subject site from non-urban land to urban land in a sequence fashion. The preliminary approval will set the level of assessment for future accessible development, and most residential uses such as multiple dwellings will be categorised as code assessment in the future. The majority of city plan codes will still apply for future development. However, the proposed plan of development seeks to replace the requirements of the city plan zone code and certain building design requirements. So we've carried out a detailed assessment of the plan of development, and we have determined that it will set up an appropriate planning framework for the assessment of future development on the site. This site shows the anticipated building heights on site. As you can see, building heights range from 9 metres to 32 metres. The building heights will facilitate a mix of building typologies and densities across the site, with the greatest heights located in the east and transitioning to lower heights where adjacent to the school and the existing residential community to the west. So the site is also located within the Garrangunbar floodplain area, and this slide demonstrates the extent of flooding across the site. So the information provided demonstrates flood depths up to 2.5 metres during the 1 in 100 year localised event and up to 3 metres during the regional flood event. This slide shows the development concept, which shows the proposed earthworks concept. The developable pads are identified in pink and will be designed above the designated flood level. The areas shown in green will be transitional open space areas, while the areas shown in blue will comprise of the freshwater lakes, wetlands for stormwater treatment and overland flow paths. So hydraulic modelling has been carried out for the site and has determined that as a result of the development there will be no external impacts, and there will also be flood-free access and egress from the site during the 1 in 100 years events and above, I believe. So this plan here shows the ROL component. The management lots shown in yellow are future privately owned lots intended for development. The lots shown in blue are privately owned management lots that comprise open space and the lakes, and the lots shown in green are to be transferred to council for stormwater purposes and for conservation purposes. So this slide here shows the proposed road network layout. The key features of the proposed road network layout is an extension of Breakwater Road, which will be the main flood-free ingress and egress during flood events, a new roundabout intersection with Highfield Drive, and a new bridge across Mudgery Bar Creek connecting to a new signalised intersection with Robina Town Centre Drive. The new road is expected to provide Robina Hospital with an alternative flood-free access route to the west during times of flood, and the traffic impacts of the development have been modelled and been determined to be acceptable by Council's Traffic and Transport Branch. All other relevant infrastructure network owners have reviewed the proposal and have also determined that the development can be connected without any undue impacts or compromising the safety or efficiency of Council's infrastructure networks. So the application went through public notification twice in 2018. During this time, 22 properly made submissions were received, two petitions, and 14 not properly made submissions were received, mostly in objection. Officers have reviewed all the key issues raised by submitters and consider the applicant has adequately addressed these concerns. So in summary, officers have carried out a detailed assessment of the proposal. The site itself is located within a well-serviced locality, which is capable of supporting development of the scale proposed. The development is in proximity to existing planned park networks, schools, a frequent and accessible public transport network, and the city's second highest order centre. So it's also been designed appropriately from a natural hazard perspective and will be connected to all essential infrastructure Officers recommend approval of the application subject to conditions.
Thanks, Chairman. Just while it's in my mind, through you to Liam, did you mention that there was a likely new road connecting to the Robina Hospital?
Yes, correct.
It's in the plan.
Can you point it out for me, please? Is it?
So it's partly out of the screen, but as you can see within the southern area, the road highlighted in green, that will go down across to over the Mudgery Bar Creek across to the hospital, and then we'll connect to Robina Town Centre Drive.
And that's in our, what time frame is that in our planning for?
So it's all if you're referring to if it's trunk or not, it's non-trunk infrastructure, and it will be delivered by the applicant.
Okay. Okay. Oh, that's encouraging. I was worried about that, about the delivery of that road. Thank you.
Sorry, page 606. I mean, there's some black lines there that just show in a bit broader. If you follow the black lines, that's kind of the main road network. So the black one coming towards the hospital and then kicking out onto Town Centre Drive. But as I understand it, that'll be towards the later stages, is that right, of the development in terms of staging?
Correct, yeah.
So, Councillor Vorster, then Councillor Peter-Young.
Thanks, Mr Chairman. Before we approach debate, I just want to ask a couple of questions which do not cast any aspersions on city officers whatsoever, but for the sake of the local community and in the context of community consultation, I just want to ask some questions so that they're captured as on public record. Mr Chairman, through you to the Director, is it the case that the city received the first incarnation of this development proposal some years ago?
Through you, Mr Chair, Councillor Vorster, that's correct.
Thank you. And again, Mr Chairman, through you to the Director, at the time the application was lodged and for a majority of the time since, is it the case that this site fell within the boundaries of Division 8 and not Division 11?
Through you, Mr Chair, Councillor Vorster, that is correct.
Right. And Mr Chairman, through you to the Director, since this site, and therefore this project has fallen within the bounds of Division 11, which is over 1 year now, did city officers at any time seek a meeting to brief myself as the local councillor about the development?
Through you, Mr Chair, Councillor Vorster, it is our understanding after talking with you this week that that hasn't occurred. So we've obviously undertaken briefings with you this week.
Right. So, Mr Chairman, just briefly, this is a large-scale development. It is stoked enough community interest for there to be 2 petitions relating to it, which would have been considered by council, and also formal submissions and non-formal submissions. Given the community interest, I would have expected and hoped that the local community representative would have been engaged in the process. Certainly, I've had more to do with the 20 townhouse development that was considered earlier today than this development. That I think is a defect in process, but having spoken with the Chief Executive Officer and the Director and other officers since, I take it that that process will be cleared up and there won't be a repeat of it moving forward. Before I sit down and allow you to move to Councillor Young, since I became aware of the development application, I have, apart from not sleeping at night because I'm thinking of all of the relevant conditions, the Director, Mick, Phil and other officers have made a genuine attempt to quickly bring me up to speed and assist me to delve into the minutiae of the detail of the application. So despite not having been part of the consultation process, the community, I think, can rest assured that I have, with the assistance of city officers over this week, interrogated every last part of the development application, so they'll nonetheless be represented. Thanks.
Councillor Petty-Young.
Thanks, Mr Chairman. Mention was made of Snake Hill having some environmental assets, or so-called Snake Hill, and I wondered what the outcome is for that in the proposed approval. Thanks.
So through the assessment, we did identify that Snake Hill had both environmental and visual amenity value. And so we've sought to protect the substantive part of the native vegetation on Snake Hill. And that's been done through conditions and through an amended plans condition, which is here. So the applicant in the ROL plan sought to, I guess, still remove some of the vegetation on Snake Hill, but we've provided an amended plans condition for the reconfiguring a lot component that takes most of that vegetation, and we'll put it into a covenant as part of subsequent and later on applications. There's also provisions built into the plan of development that seek to protect it.
Thank you very much. And just following up on that, Chairman, on this plan, what am I seeing?
So apologies, it's conceptual, it's difficult to overlay the vegetation with it, but if I can go back to this, so you can see Snake Hill on the aerial there. We believe we've been able to protect more than, or most of it.
Thank you.
More than half, yeah.
Second question through Chairman is in regards to the Energex easement and the power lines, high voltage power lines. Was it considered that they might be undergrounded through the site?
So Energex was engaged as an advice agency for this application. They did not seek any conditions to that effect. Also, the nature of that electricity easement is major electricity infrastructure, and it would be quite difficult to put that infrastructure underground, particularly given the low-lying nature of the site as well.
Right. I do recall many years ago the high voltage power lines coming through the Nerang State Forest, and we contemplated undergrounding them under the motorway there, or requesting that that be done. I think they are 110 kVA, and that was considered viable, but maybe the conditions are quite different. As you mentioned, this is low-lying. The other question I had is about the hydraulic modelling that's been done on the site. Who prepared the report on behalf of the applicant?
I believe it was BMT. Yeah, BMT WBM. So they're specialists in flood.
Thank you.
Flood modelling.
And that's been reviewed by our own modellers?
Yeah, so our hydraulics and water quality assessment section have reviewed that modelling in detail.
Okay. Do you know what the scale of the flood model is through this area? Like, is it each of the polygons that are used for that flood modelling exercise, are they 10 metres by 10 metres or 100 metres by 100 metres? You got any idea of that? Or
I might hand over to our hydraulic.
Thanks, Chairman, if you don't mind.
Through the chair, the applicant actually took council's flood model, and they undertook the impact assessment based on council's model. The model resolution, council's model resolution is 20 metre for Nerang catchment, and I believe they have used the same model.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chairman.
Any other flood-related questions while we're...
Yeah, ties to it.
Okay.
No, actually, sorry, that wouldn't be one that he could answer.
No, that's right. Okay. All right, that's cool. Liam, you can come back.
Thanks.
Councillor Young, did you have any more questions?
No, thanks, Chairman.
Okay, so Councillor Vorster, then Councillor Hamill.
Thank you, Mr Chairman, and I just want to foreshadow that, having had the benefit of meeting with the proponent yesterday and having spoken with city officers, I do have, I think, I've formed the view in this moment that there are opportunities to finesse this outcome. But before doing so, I just want to tease out some of the transport issues involved in the application, just to get some clarity, both for the community and for councillors. So my first question relates to the approach officers took to support the 1,500 dwelling limit. In other words, did the applicant originally propose many more dwellings, and on what basis did we arrive at 1,500?
Through you, Mr Chair. When the application was originally submitted, it was for 2,000 dwellings across the development area. So through the assessment of the application and a review of the applicant's submitted transport network modelling, we determined that the impacts on the traffic network would be too great or would create too much of a worsening effect on the network. And so the applicant revised that modelling to suit 1,500 dwellings, which in turn has satisfied our traffic and transport networks.
Thanks, Mr Chairman. And through you, would it be fair to say that 1,500 then was a figure that was arrived at as a reasonable number of dwellings that could be absorbed not only by the existing roads, but also by the additional roads that would be provided for in the local road network?
Through you, Mr Chair, yes, that's correct.
All right, so then just to make it perfectly clear, in the absence of some of those additional road connections, would it have been more difficult for the applicant to have secured as much as 1,500 dwellings as they propose now?
Through you, Mr Chair, yes, that is correct. When the application was originally considered some years ago, it was for 500 dwellings, and that was only via the Breakwater Road connection to the site. Through this application, they've sought to introduce the other two accesses to Highfield Drive, and that has facilitated a greater capacity in the network.
Mr Chairman, now that the 500 dwelling proposal has been raised, it's my understanding that there is a court-ordered approval which may sit over the site providing for 500 dwellings. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so this... Oh, no,
that would have lapsed by now, though. Yeah.
Okay, so on the issue of transport, Robina Town Centre Drive, from which Robina Hospital is accessed, is that presently flood immune?
Through you, Mr Chair, I believe the part between the hospital and the motorway is affected during flood events.
Okay, so that's my understanding too, but if there are officers who are listening who take a contrary view, I'm happy to be interrupted later on. So so the section of, I think it's, Robina Town Centre Drive from the M1 to Labour Drive is effective, can be closed during flood events and prevent access to the hospital. Fair?
It would prevent access from the roundabout at the interchange of the Pacific Motorway to the hospital.
Okay, so for example, if you were in Nerang and you required medical attention at Robina Hospital, for example, it would be more convoluted to get to hospital than you could otherwise enjoy if there was a flood immune path to Robina Hospital. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. As well as providing a connection at the end of Breakwater Drive to Robina Town Centre Drive, there are other connections proposed, one of which is to the north of the site and comes close to All Saints. Could you describe how that road proposes to interface with All Saints School?
So could you just
So this is the roundabout on Highfield Drive, which is closest to All Saints. I see there is some work, I think, connected with the entry or exit to that school associated with that development. Is that correct?
So the blue line on your screen where that roundabout is in the north will be the developer delivered roundabout.
Yes.
Are you referring to that orange line?
Yes, I am.
So that won't be delivered by the developer. They've indicated that would be delivered by others. That land there, however, is in state-owned land, I think council controlled, so we would be able to, or a future proponent would be able to create an additional access to the school through there.
Okay, so in the absence of the developer-delivered road, there would be no ability for that school to enjoy another access to and from their campus?
Correct.
Okay. I hear, through you again, Mr Chairman, I hear all the time from the Robina Raptors Junior Rugby League Club that they have issues accessing their club, right, because they use a driveway that runs behind the hospital. Delivery of this project, will it afford any benefits to what's Robina Station Reserve and the home grounds of the Robina Raptors?
I believe it would. There'll be an additional signalised intersection which would directly go past Robina Raptors, and the applicant has made provision for parking in that space as a result of roadworks.
All right, so then for that Junior Rugby League Club, they would now potentially enjoy flood immune access to their clubhouse and facilities, although I acknowledge that those facilities might be impacted by that same flood event, but the developer at their cost proposes then to create another signalised intersection on Robina Town Centre Drive that would demarcate the entry to the driveway to take you to the club. Is that correct?
Yes, that's the concept at this point. It'll be subject to detailed design in the future.
Yeah. Mr Chairman, I'll just... Oh, sorry, would you like me to sit down and get permission to continue?
Owen Jones and I have a meeting that has been scheduled that I was just making the point we need to reschedule because this meeting is going to run into it. So my apologies, Councillor Vorster.
No, it's all right. If I've exceeded my... Sorry, Mr Chairman, if I've exceeded my time, I'm happy to sit down and restart the clock. I thought that might have been the suggestion, or if you're happy for me to continue, I'm glad to do that too.
I'm very happy for you to continue your questions.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. I understand that one of the reasons why officers support this particular outcome or the realisation of development at the site is that it provides a meaningful connection between the Merrimack and Robina communities, which presently doesn't exist but for Robina Parkway. Would that be a fair comment?
That the road network is a result of the requirements of the development. However, if you look at it from a broader community perspective, I guess you would be.
And Mr Chairman, I asked that question because reference was made to Robina being a second highest order centre in the plan. So plainly, there's a hierarchy and, sorry?
But I'm just wondering, where would that be, that connection that you mentioned?
Right, yeah, so we're not talking about, say, for example, the long-mooted and much-needed Gilgai Connection Road, but when speaking with the proponent and city officers in the last few days, I think they made a reasonable case that presently if you live in Merrimack, you can be quite disconnected from the activity around Robina Town Centre because you're in effect, due to either congestion or practicality, forced onto the Pacific motorway to then come down Robina Town Centre Drive and access the town centre. But by providing at least 2 entry points on Highfield Drive, which will take you through the subject site and then to the, let's call it the hospital precinct of Robina Town Centre Drive, you've got a shorter path and certainly a shorter travel time to make your way to Robina, whereas the only other way is potentially at peak time through the congested Pacific motorway or down onto Robina Parkway and back around to Robina Town Centre.
Thank you. I just didn't see the connection through the development and I still don't get it.
Oh, right. So on the western boundary of the red line.
Yes.
Right.
Oh, it's a service road sort of.
Yeah. So along that western boundary, which is Highfield Drive, the developer proposes to do 2 things. Number 1, create a new roundabout and road that will travel, which will start at Highfield Drive and go through the subject site ultimately bringing you behind the hospital and onto Robina Town Centre Drive, but also if you travel further south on Highfield Drive, to be able to travel along Breakwater Road, along another road that they will provide, onto that same exit at the end of Robina Town Centre Drive, all flood immune. So, yeah, so that's a shorter path in terms of travel time than the Pacific Motorway or the long way around. Mr Chairman, another question on the roads and transport. I see that there is a proposal for bike lanes to be provided in these roads. Is that an attempt by city officers to, I suppose, support active travel to the Robina Town Centre precinct and attempt to take some unnecessary vehicles off the road?
Through you, Mr Chair, yes, that would be correct. No assumption.
And I'll, I suppose, come to this when considering some change conditions, but would it be fair to say that under Queensland's road rules, it's perfectly permissible to park in a bike lane, however? The answer is yes, by the way. Yeah. Yes. So in the absence of a yellow line or signs, it's permissible to park in a yellow line. However, sorry, to park in a bike lane. However, most of these roads also provide for a 1.5 metre wide footpath that run along them. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And would it be fair to say that a 2 metre wide footpath would come closer to providing a genuine shared path for bicycle and pedestrian movements than a 1.5 metre footpath?
It's the city's preference, I believe, that designated travel lanes for bikes are preferred in terms of the active transport network.
Yeah, except for the fact that we're now removing them from roundabouts, for example, and directing bicycles back onto shared paths. But that's all good. Just in terms of the transport mix, could you just talk me through what the state's involvement has been in the assessment process and whether they see a role of public transport being essentially a travel mode to service this population?
Through you, Mr Chair, yes, they have. So the state provided a referral response, and in their conditions, they have sought to secure a bus route through the site.
Okay, and presently, is it the case that we have not identified potential bus stop locations for this route?
So because the application is currently in concept form, there has not been detailed design undertaken, and so there has not been identified bus stops.
Yeah, so Mr Chairman, through you to Mick, I would imagine that when there's a consequent application for the construction of the road, by way of a condition now in the preliminary approval, we may be able to direct the applicant to provide the DDA compliant bus stop pads essentially.
Yeah, through you, Mr Chair, we could add a condition that I guess requires those bus stops to be identified prior to roadworks or sealing of survey plans to happen.
Yeah, great, because plainly it's much cheaper to do it at the time that things like, paths and roads are being built and retrofitted after the fact for like 48 grand per stop. Mr Chairman, through you to Mick, again, just on transport, or any officer, mind you, like Phil, or would it be, is there sufficient verge along the proposed road network to accommodate an expanded footpath to provide that shared path experience? I suppose going from the 1.5 to at least 2, acknowledging that the Green Road is already at 3.
Yeah. Through you, Mr Chair, there is a plan on 872, but that plan will show that the proposed roads will have a minimum 4.5 metre verge.
Yes.
Some of them have 6, so there would be room to accommodate that.
Okay, no dramas. I'm happy to go with some further questions, or Mr Chairman, if you like, I'm reasonably comfortable that I'm now prepared to put up some different conditions which may either answer some concerns around the table or better direct debate, because we might end up going long.
Well, let's see if Councillor Hamill remembers what his question was.
Mr Chair, I note the cut and fill proposal on page 614, and I'm just interested in the interaction in the Energex easement, noting that the significant size of those power lines would be very strict clearance requirements. So just in the two sections in green that go through the easement, that's proposing to lift that from natural ground level by about 4 metres, maybe 4.5 in a couple of spots. Is that going to work underneath those power lines?
Through you, Mr Chair. The applicant has provided cross-sections of those areas. The application's also been referred to Energex. Energex has provided conditions in their advice agency response regarding those matters. And yes, we believe there will be sufficient clearance.
Mr Chair, thank you for that response. Second question was in regards to what I was reading on page 619, which is around private lake management. I'm not overly familiar with how that would work in there, but looking at that cut and fill plan, there's going to be a lot of lake in this development. So could officers explain how that private lake management system works?
Through you, Mr Chair. So the development area will be subject to several body corporates according to how the applicant intends to realise their development, mostly apartment community title type developments. And so all of those future body corporate entities will be under an umbrella building management statement, and all of those body corporates will contribute to the maintenance costs of those lakes.
Mr Chair, just to see clarification, they'd contribute to those maintenance costs or they will cover the maintenance costs? They're responsible for it. Right, so no, there'd be no ratepayers' money into that going. Okay. Final question, Mr Chair. It shows it on this map, actually. It shows on others, but in the cut and fill plan, that kind of green track that runs around through the lakes, is that just this, the required track so that maintenance can be done around the lakes, or is that envisaged as actually being active transport for citizens to use?
So that area will be benefited by a public thoroughfare easement, which will be for the use of the public as a walking track.
Is that formalised as in like footpath, or is that just?
Yeah,
it is. Yeah.
Any other questions? All right, Councillor Vorster, do you want to help us out with addressing a motion?
Yeah. Look, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I had the, I suppose the foresight of considering some conditions that I may have wanted to alter today, but took the opportunity to listen to the questions of my colleagues before forming the view that I'd like to put them on the table, and I think now is an appropriate time to do so. I understand that the conditions have been provided to the Minutes Secretary, and what I propose doing, Mr Chairman, is move for approval, but subject to some changed conditions, and for want of a seconder, then to talk to some of those changes to explain how I formed the view that there is a public interest in supporting this development despite the apparent.
I'm happy to second it because I've seen the proposed changes, so if you want to just go through those for our colleagues.
Yeah, sure thing. So I'll just quickly paint some broad brushstrokes. So, Mr Chairman, first and foremost, it appears to me that the developer has at least a baseline ability to deliver 500 dwellings at the site, given a historic court-ordered approval. And the prevailing zoning for the area, emerging communities, anticipates and supports residential development, but plainly with other caveats to do with the flood overlay code and what have you. The developer initially presented to council a proposal to deliver 2,000 dwellings on the site, and I think city officers quite sensibly highlighted that transport issues were of utmost concern, and on the back of transport concerns, worked with the developer to significantly rejig their application. So gone are the podiums, gone are some of the other concerning elements of the proposal, and so are gone 500 units. And what we have before us today is a preliminary approval seeking to establish 1,500 dwellings close to the M1, close to important social services, including a public and private hospital, a public and private school, and the job-generating potential of Robina Town Centre. Notwithstanding, I suppose, the merits of the location of the site, and to me a common sense view that we should be putting or concentrating population where we have services and we have infrastructure, there are, I think, still costs to be paid in terms of how a development will impact the surrounding community. So what my proposed conditions aim to do is to maximise the enjoyment of the development for those who would live there, but also to integrate the development more properly into Robina so that it doesn't become a peninsula. It's actually properly integrated to the services that form the basis of the support for development in the precinct. And it does that on a number of fronts. It does so by improving public transport, active transport and road outcomes. It also ensures that we are not taking shortcuts with the built form of subsequent development, but it also protects public open access to important areas of amenity in the site. What it also proposes to do, Mr. Chairman, is in the spirit of the proponent taking on the responsibility for the lakes and the private open spaces, acknowledge how absurd it is for a body corporate to be responsible for all of that private open space, all of the lakes, but not the frontage of their buildings. That is in the road reserve, which is ultimately the only real contributed asset provided to council, stormwater excluded. What it also seeks to do is to make sure that we are putting infrastructure into the ground early on so that there is no burden on the ratepayer to do so later. And that's with respect to bus stops. So what I might do is quickly, with the support of the Minutes Secretary, just explain what some of these changes are. If we could just scroll back up there, just back up. There we go. There's a change condition proposed here which will require public access in and around the lake system, around the lake, and also through the path that runs along the eastern boundary of the site, connecting the community to a landlocked council parcel of land. Importantly, it says here in 2A that this will be publicly accessible at all times through the registration of public thoroughfare easements, and that all areas are to be publicly accessible, but maintenance of those spaces rest with the body corporate. If we could just scroll down to the next amendment, please. Again, our public easement will be expanded, and again, protecting council's ability to secure public use of this important recreational and transport thoroughfare. If we could just scroll down further again. To the next point would be great. All right, maybe that's not a good approach, but Mr. Chairman, one of the other amended conditions is this. We're approving potentially a preliminary approval, and all buildings will still need to seek approval from council, right, under a code assessment process. And those individual applications will largely rely on the prevailing conditions of our planning scheme. But what I propose to do with some change conditions is to remove the communal open space override that the developers have sought for these individual buildings, so that they don't rely on a demonstrated need to provide communal open space in each building, but rather council's usual test that we provide for in our planning scheme. What it also does, Mr. Chairman, on the transport front is increase the width of our footpaths from 1.5 to 2 metres in those very wide road reserves, and make sure that bus stops are provided, or provision for bus stops are provided as roads are built. What it also does, as I flagged, Mr. Chairman, is ensure those frontages are protected, and for the public path or publicly accessible path network, it asks the developer to deliver an amenities block, because I think we all know when you have a long recreational walk, the last thing you want to be is at the midway point and have a child, a parent or yourself reaching a 2-bottle limit. So another condition requires the developer to provide that. And in terms of supporting the recreational use of the site, it also conditions the development to ensure that those pathways, particularly around the lake, are publicly accessible. Mr. Chairman, I'm quickly approaching the 10 minutes, but I'll sum up by saying this. 1,500 units is a significant development. Absolutely, it's a significant development, but it's much more appropriate than the 2,000 unit proposal that would otherwise have been delivered had council officers not held the line. We don't have a podium, we don't have afflux issues outside of the site, and what we have today is the opportunity to secure flood immune access to Robina Town Centre, to link the communities of Merrimack and Robina, and establish a meaningful active transport link between those communities. What it also does, Mr. Chairman, is give all of Robina and all of the Gold Coast an opportunity to enjoy unfettered access around what I hope will become an exquisite lakeside walk, and potentially the opportunity to support a local coffee shop or whatever commercial use might spring up in that 1,000 square metres. I was startled when I first received it, but hopefully with the support of council, these conditions can make sure that we have a better integrated development, one that supports better transport outcomes, does not detract from it, and I think sets a healthy precedent for the way emerging communities are dealt with by taking advantage of the body corporate management system to take on the burden of maintaining an estate, which is largely for the benefit of those who live there. And before I sit down, for those councillors who may worry that this is all a bit unusual in terms of the body corporate taking responsibility, it's anything but when you consider developments like Emerald Lakes, for example, which partially do this, and even in Varsity Lakes, with the Varsity Lakes Community Title Scheme, we've got a development that's effectively a non-gated community title scheme where those lot owners are wholly responsible for the maintenance of 2 lake systems. So it's all been done before. The developer has responded and voluntarily taken on that obligation. They've already voluntarily taken on that obligation for the private open space, and these conditions propose only to take them from 99 to 100% of the entire maintenance obligation. And surely we should be supporting development that doesn't put an operational cost burden onto council. Thanks.
Yes.
Just which road is going to provide the flood-free access to Robina Hospital?
I think it was the one that I pointed out roughly, the big fat black line on page 606.
So I might be confused here. I'm just looking at page 882, which shows the indicative flood levels after this development, and all those roads are flooded during a Q100 event. So I'm just confused which road actually provides the flood-free access.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I may. So if we go to page 873. So here you will note in the legends category, it says Q2000 Mudgery Bar Creek and Nerang River immunity, and it's a purple shade. So where the outside of the solid lines are shaded in purple, those are the roads that will be immune to flood up to the Q2000 event.
There's a lot of maps. I mean, Councillor Gates?
Chairman, just a couple of questions through you, given the changes that are being suggested. Given the capped infrastructure charges regime, is it lawful to introduce an amenities block, please, as a condition?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there's no LGIP sort of identified facilities or parks on this site. The additional condition requiring that amenities block is, I guess, assumed to be a non-trunk addition, but like any condition that council puts on to provide facilities, it's not immune from a conversion application challenge, but I guess I think it would be a difficult challenge for the applicant to get up on.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I did have the benefit of meeting with the proponent yesterday. City officers were present, and we talked about the need to support a high standard of amenity, not only for the community's interest, but also for prospective buyers. And I think one of the representatives of the proponent said to that extent there are aligned interests. They do propose to provide publicly accessible amenities. They said as much. What this seeks to do is to ensure that when those amenities are provided, they're provided in a place that benefits not only users of the site, because it's all within private open space, but is positioned to provide a benefit to those users of the nearby council easement. So I would not expect, although I can't make representations on behalf of them and I'm not there to wave their flag, but my expectation is that it would be an expected outcome of today's meeting, given that they propose to have public amenities anyway.
Councillor Gates, further question?
Thank you, Chairman. If I might, through you to Councillor Vorster, did you also discuss with the applicant the 2 metre wide footpaths, and is it your intention, if support is there for 2 metre wide footpaths, that the bike lanes be removed, or did you want both?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I always believe that we should be providing as much as much active transport infrastructure as we can. I support the retention of both a bike lane and a 2 metre wide footpath. I would expect that most people would use the bike lane. I'd hope that, but I also know that on-street car parking can make that impractical. So in the first instance, I would like to retain the bike lane because I believe that is the best outcome, but also know that if there are things like bus stops that I think ought reasonably be provided at the time that the roads are constructed, that a 2 metre wide footpath would allow us to better meet the Disability Discrimination Act obligations that we have, because while I've not seen this myself, I think it would be far easier for someone in a wheelchair and to pass somebody who may be using a pram, a walker, or an able-bodied person to be accommodated on a 2 metre wide footpath to a bus stop than relying on a 1.5 metre one.
So, Chairman, thank you for that, Councillor Vorster. Given that, do the officers have a view about whether that would be considered a reasonable and relevant condition given our land development guidelines?
Through you, Mr. Chair. The officer's recommendation, I guess, is in the agenda report in front of you. That is for 1.5 metre footpaths. So that's what we've recommended based on city standards.
So, Mr. Chairman, just on that, just to seek some clarification, part of the...
Well, should we just let Mick finish first?
Oh, sorry, I thought that...
I don't think it's finished.
My apologies.
So, didn't have too much more, Mr. Chair, but 1.5 metres was what we recommended based on the current standards. So.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, just on that though, part of the application provides, or part of the recommendation provides for a section, large section of that footpath to be 3 metres, though. So why the distinction between 3 and 1.5, and don't we end up with a more consistent active transport corridor having at least 2, transitioning to 3, as opposed to being cut in half.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the section of the road which will provide a 3-metre footpath is the section between the development and the Robina Hospital area. Now, officers have sought to get that amended to reduce that footpath width, but provide a a bicycle lane, a dedicated bicycle lane. So that's in order to achieve our city standards with regard to active transport networks and dedicated cycle lanes.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'm just a little bit confused. I'm labouring under the, not assumption, but labouring under the understanding that there is, as part of the plans, a condition to provide a section of footpath that is 3 metres wide around the hospital.
Yeah, so that is correct. That's what the applicant has proposed.
Yes.
However, officers are of the view that it would be preferred from our technical assessment of the road network that a dedicated cycle lane would be more appropriate rather than a dedicated shared 3-metre wide footpath.
Okay.
And that's because the dedicated cycle lane is more appropriate to be used as for the active transport network.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, then through officers, can I just get an understanding whether the officers also propose for there to be a, I'll wait for the officers.
Well, that was what the basically was going to happen. They'd just take it back to him. Sorry, so the outcome was that the applicant would take it back to a normal road standard, and the result of that would be to reduce it to a normal footpath standard with the active travel lane for the bicycles.
So, Mr. Chairman, through you to officers, do officers then, holding that view, propose that the entire bike lane, or the entire stretch of road that features a bike lane, feature a yellow line, a continuous yellow line to guarantee access to the bike lane?
If that were to be imposed as a condition, I wouldn't see it as being unreasonable.
I know, but I'm just trying to understand whether officers proposed it.
If it's in city standards, in terms of our land development guidelines, then it would be supported.
No, not whether it's been supported, but did officers propose in determining... See, Mr. Chairman,
Not in the conditions, no,
right.
not specifically.
So I'm not comfortable relying on the officer's assessment of how the bike path, shared path question needs to be answered, because anyone who drives down Scottsdale Drive or anyone who drives down Christine Avenue will know that bike lanes are all but meaningless unless there's a contiguous yellow line. And because that's not proposed and it's not practical in the site, to my mind, the only way of supporting bike use is for there to be bike facilities that also do not detract from pedestrian access, which is why, in my view, the most reasonable and proper outcome is to maintain this 2-metre wide footpath. So to Councillor Gates's earlier question, because I don't support a contiguous yellow line, but I support people riding a bike, I must support a 2-metre wide footpath. Thanks.
Okay. Shall we move on?
Do you want me to?
Anyone else want to speak for or against? I think we've concluded the questions. Councillor Gates?
Mr Chair, I'll support Councillor Vorster's changes today, albeit I wouldn't be surprised if there may be a further discussion about the inclusion of the 2-metre wide footpath. I can appreciate, however, that he's trying to get the best possible outcome for his community, and on that basis I'll support. Yep.
Anyone else want to speak for or against? That was a very late bid there, Councillor Gates. We'll close debate. Councillor Vorster?
Why was it late?
No, I nearly went back to Councillor Vorsi. You only just got your hand up in time.
Sorry, Mr Chairman, and obviously it's your call, but I saw Mick eagerly flicking his hand up to perhaps provide some further clarification.
Who's chairing this meeting, Councillor Vorster?
Sorry, Mr Chair. Just wanted to clarify, for the 3 metre footpath, I actually think that should be in there. I was a little bit confused. I didn't actually recall any conditions to remove it, so I think that should stay. And just when you were talking earlier, Councillor Vorster, the conditions, I guess the intent of the conditions which you conveyed to us yesterday, and we've cobbled those together into the right format, that doesn't include the communal open space or the removal, I think is what you're after, is to remove the changes they're proposing in relation to communal open space and stick to what the city plan currently has. Is that correct? Or?
Look, thanks, Mr Chairman. I'll review, I suppose, body of work. It's not a deal breaker. The reason why that was removed was not to necessarily secure a specific outcome, but I always feel that preliminary approvals create inherent risk if they override the planning scheme for 15 years potentially, whereas a planning scheme may be reviewed every 6 months ideally, and then you might end up with something that's divergent. I'll take another look at the words that I proposed yesterday and reflect on whether they are material enough to raise again at full council. But as far as committee is concerned today, I'm comfortable with what's being proposed. And I can take this opportunity to close, if you like, Mr Chairman. This has been a difficult one for me because it's had its genesis in another council division. I've only had the opportunity to get a handle on it very recently, although I feel as though I've really delved into the minutiae of it. There will be some councillors who will be hesitant to deal with the application in the way that I propose. But I suppose just like the Burleigh Arcade, there are good reasons to do certain things the first time. And for those who may be hesitant about this particular development application, because it's perhaps so different, I think it's worth reflecting on the fact that the developer, to my mind, has been an honest broker. They have voluntarily, in their application, proposed that all future lot owners take full responsibility for the maintenance of that lake system and take full responsibility for the maintenance of all of this private open space, while the conditions then provide the greater community access to that space to enjoy. Together with the investments that we hope they make into building roads that are fit for purpose, I've now formed the view that there is a greater public interest in supporting the application in this form than arguing for refusal. Primarily because there's a historic court-ordered approval, which may have lapsed, but there is a historic approval. The current zoning anticipates development here, and when you've got the opportunity to locate residents close to services and infrastructure east of the M1 and provide the greater catchment with the ability to get access to emergency medical care, the argument begins to stack up very quickly. And I know there's been some debate about footpaths today and whether conditions are lawful or not, but all I can say is that the proponent yesterday to me stressed that they want only the highest levels of amenity because this is a staged development for them, and in their view, if they compromise on the product, they might get the sales in stage one, but they will imperil the delivery of all future stages. Yes, 1,500 units can be confronting. Here, there's notionally no impact on hazards, i.e. flood risk. There's no impact on things like views, really, not the same way that we would expect elsewhere. And while there are residential users on one boundary, those residents in that pocket will now benefit from a very pleasant walk off of a main road to Robina town centre. And in my view, will ultimately take cars off of the road as we inevitably grow. So, yeah, Mr Chairman, as I said, this development kept me up at night, but hopefully with the support of committee and council, we set a new benchmark that the developer responds positively to, and next time a development like this pops up somewhere in the city, we can point to best practice and start removing some of the cost burdens that we have as a council when development unfolds. And here, we remove a structural cost burden because there's no maintenance obligation for private open space or for the lakes. And consider this, we spend $1.7 million a year looking after Robina's lakes at the moment. How much would we have been up for if we didn't secure this as a condition today?
Okay, thank you, councillors. We'll take the vote. All in favour? Against? Carried. Oh, sorry. It was moved by Councillor Vorster and seconded by me.
So, Mr Chairman, as I've foreshadowed, with your permission, I'd just like to leave the room for item 8 so I can seek that advice from the City Solicitor, but I would like to return for item 9.
You got a 4? A 4. Stick a 4.
Okay, councillors, item 8. Do we have questions, or the report was pretty comprehensive, so I don't know. Is there anything additional in a presentation? Quick overview for those who might not have dived into the detail of the report, the minutiae. Okay, we got a presentation?
Yes, it's a short one.
Just how we like them.
Awesome. Okay, great. So I might just, through the chair, I might just introduce myself. My name is Zane Howe. Thank you, Councillor Owen-Jones. I'm the current acting coordinator for urban planning within city planning. So today, officers just want to give councillors and committee an update on the land use planning approach that city planning currently has for the Broadbeach to Burleigh Heads corridor, and seek the committee's support with a revised approach moving forward. So just as a background, this corridor really presents us with an opportunity for us to really plan well for these communities. By engaging with them early in the engagement process and further informing and supporting our future planning work there through that engagement. So the new approach that we are considering today varies from our previous plan and has been modified primarily on 3 key factors. And those include, firstly, the findings of the third-party review of our prior update packages. And as the committee is aware, that review found that the size and the scale of those packages made it difficult for the community to engage with them, understand them, and then also support the huge amount of work that we had completed in them. Secondly, we modified our approach based on some key lessons learned from the Our City, Our Plan engagement process, which made clear to us a community expectation that we engage earlier in the plan-making process and plan in a way that includes and collaborates with the community and takes them along that journey with us. And thirdly, our new approach aims to be in accordance with the Council resolution in August 2020 to undertake a review of the scope of City Plan Amendments 4 and 5, with a view to narrowing the size and the scale and complexity of those amendments. So just to give committee an overview of our proposed approach, there are 4 key deliverables that vary from our prior approach, and these include a community survey, a neighbourhood framework document, the formation of community reference groups, and station neighbourhood concept plans. and it's anticipated that these key deliverables would support an improved engagement process for land use planning within the corridor area. So to deliver these, the process order is that we would firstly create a draft neighbourhood framework plan, which we have brought to council today, then conduct a whole of city survey. Then we would finalise that neighbourhood framework document based on the survey results from the city and local communities. And then we would also proceed to form community reference groups within those station neighbourhoods and carry out detailed concept planning alongside those groups, which would then roll into the statutory amendment process. So this morning we just want to quickly go through some of those steps involved and unpack them for you. So firstly, the city planning team has been preparing a draft neighbourhood framework based on the significant amount of background work that we have completed to date. The neighbourhood framework provides us with an opportunity to create a more strategic planning document that will guide the future of the Broadbeach to Burleigh Heads station neighbourhoods. And the use of this neighbourhood framework provides us an opportunity for the community to input into and to guide the vision of the corridor prior to any formal plan making process being proposed. The framework delivers a readable and an understandable signal to the community of how the corridor is planned to move forward on its ongoing growth journey. And the neighbourhood framework is also able to identify those community values in each of those station neighbourhoods and then be used to inform the planned character moving forward. And this can occur at both the entire corridor scale, but right down to that neighbourhood, station neighbourhood scale and the features within them. Another one of the key benefits this has skipped forward quite a bit. Another one of the key benefits of the neighbourhood framework is that it's able to be a live document. We're able to update and link those future station neighbourhood concept plans back to the neighbourhood framework once they are finalised and endorsed. It's also important to note that the principles within this framework are based on those that were previously endorsed by Council in 2018 to guide the future planning within this corridor. So just for a bit of extra context, this is the full neighbourhood framework boundary and the separate station neighbourhoods located within it. So the neighbourhood framework has been broken down into station neighbourhoods that surround each of the newly proposed stations, and the boundaries are based on walkable catchments of 2.5, 5 and 10-minute walking times. Now the station neighbourhoods have been broken down this way because the nexus to those stations, the walkability, the accessibility and the usability is a key consideration for all of our future concept planning. The 10-minute walkable catchments have been used as the primary input for drawing up the full neighbourhood framework boundary, with some boundaries drawn beyond those logical landmarks like canals, key roads and neighbourhood boundaries. So the first sequence of station neighbourhoods nominated by officers are shown on the right with the grey outline, and they include Nobby Beach, Miami North, Christine Avenue and 2nd Avenue Station. Just to ensure that the community is engaged with as early as possible, we are planning an engagement survey to run in June. The survey will be provided alongside a draft version of the neighbourhood framework, providing context to that survey. And then the results from that survey will help us understand with a greater degree of certainty the views, the values and the vision for the people living in those communities and the broader city for this part of the city. This is an important approach, and it's anticipated that that work would really benefit our future work and help to hopefully realise a greater degree of community support through the later statutory process. The survey will be conducted through GC Have Your Say and run from the 1st to the 21st of June. It'll also include pin drop options that we can garner ideas from the community that are spatially referenced as well. The survey will also be used then to guide those future changes to the draft neighbourhood framework to finalise it, and then the survey results will also help guide those future community reference group discussions to ensure that they're in accordance with the broader community's views. And ultimately, we think this will help us deliver better policy that involves local communities earlier in that plan-making process. So in relation to the community reference groups, following on from the survey and the finalisation of the neighbourhood framework based on that, those responses, the next step will include the creation of these groups to then carry out that collaborative engagement with the community. They'll be selected based on our terms of reference. Up to 15 members will be selected of local residents, business owners and operators. And there will be approximately 3 to 4 community reference group meetings. We intend to bring a final shortlist of those CRG candidates back to PEC for endorsement prior to commencing. Once that CRG membership is finalised, we'll be getting straight into our station neighbourhood concept planning, and this concept planning will occur alongside those community reference group members and at a neighbourhood scale. It'll involve that more detailed planning that will be linked to the neighbourhood framework for a line of sight between the survey, the framework, the concept planning, and then the eventual city plan updates. This stage will also address the localised infrastructure requirements prior to policy setting and get together those key officers from across council to ensure that we're considering all of the relevant infrastructure requirements at the time to get the best outcomes for these local communities while planning for their future. These final station neighbourhood concept plans will also be brought back to council prior to endorsement, and the following amendments to city plan proposed out of that will occur in accordance with the MGRs. So just quickly in relation to timing, the initial survey is intended to run in June. The framework finalisation and the CRG membership shortlist will be brought back to committee in August. The station neighbourhood concept planning is intended to run from September through to early 2022, and the statutory and amendment process will occur throughout 2022 and 2023 as determined by the timing of other amendment packages. So just as per the agenda report, these are the recommendations that we have proposed, just noting of the report. In relation to endorsement of the neighbourhood framework, we just want to note that, as you are all likely aware, there are new project figures now available for the overall delivery of stage 3, so we'll update those figures when it goes out for engagement. We're also seeking endorsement for the preparation of the CRG shortlist and future agenda reports to be brought back to committee. Thank you for your time today, councillors. Any questions?
Thank you. Questions? Wow. Starting from Councillor Owen-Jones, moving to the left.
Thank you, Councillor Caldwell. So just in regards to the survey proposed in June and the questions, as you might appreciate, from time to time the city gets criticised in regards to what is seen to be leading questions in the surveys, and I'd be interested in 2 things. One, the proposed questions being circulated to councillors prior to them being provided to the general public, and secondly, clearly there's 2 divisional councillors that may also have an interest in the wording of those questions, plus of course the divisional councillor for the whole of the city being the mayor. So I'd be wanting to make sure that the questions that we're asking in the survey are actually going to provide us with some really good information, rather than, I'm going to say, be motherhood type questions where people feel that they're being railroaded into an answer that will to provide the answer that we supposedly are looking for. We're actually, in my mind, actually looking to survey people so they can tell us what they think. So I'm not too sure if that timing is able to be done.
Through you, Mr Chair, Councillor Owen-Jones, happy to do that, and we might just talk to our team afterwards and see if we can even get those circulated prior to full council next Tuesday.
Councillor Owen-Jones.
And in regards to the Burleigh Heads, the end of the station, I just wonder whether or not you might want to give some consideration in the role and function, adding some words around some of the decisions that we've made today at committee in regards to the Gilston Theatre and that development, and the need to integrate things that happen with the built form that's been approved. And then I had a question just in regards to the Nobby station, the Nobby Beach station, and the words that we're using talk about residential being the majority lower density housing forms east and west. Does that also include, I think that we've all seen a proposal in regards to Nobby Beach, which was for the redevelopment of part of that site, which clearly isn't proposed to be a lower density housing. So have we given any consideration to what that might look like?
Through the chair, a number of those statements relate to the existing character that's prevailing within Knobby Heads, with the future planned character subject to change once we get the survey results and we carry out that concept planning.
Councillor Gates.
Thanks, Chairman, and thank you for your presentation. Very good. 3 questions. First one, has there been a discussion with the state, given their huge investment in the light rail, about how they would envisage the development of our neighbourhood framework? Before we go to survey, I mean, it seems to me that it might be wise to know what they anticipate. I think we all have a vision for what might occur close to the light rail, but has there been a recent discussion with the state?
Through the chair, we have regular meetings with the state and have discussed our proposed approach moving forward, but they haven't disclosed, to my understanding, a desire to kind of be involved within the neighbourhood framework formation.
Okay.
I guess more specifically, Councillor Gates is getting at, have they identified that we need an uplift of X number of dwellings in that corridor as a predetermined business case outcome? Has there been any discussions like that that are going to
affect us?
Yeah. Through you, Mr Chair, Zane, feel free to step in here too. Councillor Gates, in terms, so there was the original business case which would have come through council many years ago that did talk about, and it was a economic development strategy and an uplift strategy. That's me summarising that document very, very quickly. What that didn't do was say where, when and how many numbers. So there was some broader numbers that were included in that time. What our teams have spent a lot of time over the last couple of years and recently as well is looking at that and saying, well, is that realistic? And then what we're also adding now is the context overlay to those unique characteristics of each of those areas in that light rail stage 3 area. So for us, the number that we said, if it was a density number or whatever it was 5-6 years ago, may not be appropriate now because we're also following this more thorough process from the neighbourhood framework. So the state, there's certainly committees that I sit on and our Director of Transport and Infrastructure does as well. We set in a partnership meeting with the state. Through that process, I've been keeping them in the loop with what we're doing. They seem pretty comfortable, and I think, as Zane said, through the officer meetings that our teams have at officer levels, they're comfortable from that side too. So nothing in terms of saying, we want you to do this there, but that may change once we submit any draft documents as well. So.
Okay, thank you. Secondly, is it intended, I'm looking at page 918, about the time frame. Is it realistic to suggest, or am I correct in thinking that by 2023 this may be resolved and adopted? Is that what is being put forward here?
Through Mr Chair, Councillor Gates, absolutely. And I think with breaking it down into the separate station neighbourhoods or precincts, whatever we end up calling them, I think absolutely what we want to get is a lot more agile in our plan making process. And I think by engaging with the community at the start too, we'll have a lot of information which will assist our teams in pushing those amendments forward.
Okay, and finally, thank you. Given the current boom on the Gold Coast and the lack of accommodation everywhere, I guess it would be reasonable to think that we may have some applications that come forward ahead of time. How would it be proposed to deal with those? Would they need to comply strictly with City Plan as it is at the moment?
Through Mr Chair, Councillor Gates, yes, you're absolutely correct, and we have some of those applications in now. We've certainly had pre-lodgement meetings where applicants are, I guess, expressing their desire for their new applications, and they would be assessed under the City Plan as in force at that time.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Chair. My question was about timing as well in relation to Amendments 4 and 5. So you're looking to tie at the end of, say, 2023, that's when we're looking at Amendments 4 and 5 being ready to go out to consultation?
So Through you, Mr Chair, Councillor O'Neill and Rich might want to step in here as well. What our team have done a great job the last couple of months is getting basically a plan on the page, which we will bring to you when we bring our workload through this committee soon, of all of the work that we have on the books at the moment and the team are currently enacting from council resolutions. We've got that now in a bit of a chart and a flow chart. Amendment 4 and 5 won't look the way it was, and what we're trying to do is, again, be a bit more agile and responsive with the future amendments. So I think we've spoken about, for example, breaking an environmental package down. So that will be its own package and standalone. So we can be working concurrently on a number of the different bodies of work. So Amendment 4 and 5, as to what you've seen before, won't look like that in the future, but that will be coming to you. I'm not sure if Catherine or Richard can say when that will be coming through to you, but very soon.
We will be providing an update on our future program for the next 12 months and also looking forward as well. So those timings for the future amendments will be tailored into that as well. So it gives you line of sight in terms of what we're thinking and what we're planning for community engagement. Not next committee. I think we're still working on a date, so it's likely to be June, July.
Thanks, Catherine.
Stick to questions for the moment. Councillor Peter Young.
Chairman, a couple of things. I wasn't really sure what you might expect as the outcomes of this. Are you anticipating people are just going to be commenting that it's nice that you've recognised green links and active transport, or are you expecting people to be commenting about building heights and densities? Thank you.
Through the chair, the survey has a number of questions and a number of free text questions as well. So we didn't want to limit people to only respond to multiple choice, but also to provide those ideas. But yeah, there are questions in there about views on kind of growth and change over time. So yeah, there are a number of questions that address that, but also about values to do with the environment and other factors as well. So.
Thanks, Chair. Might be quite a significant bundle of information that comes back. In light of our discussion earlier today about the old theatre at Burleigh Heads and our contemplation of the station in that precinct, this kind of fits. I mean, we've got specifics here about each of the station precincts, and I think we're talking more about the neighbourhoods around them, but we were talking about station design and the immediate context of the station. And I note that earlier this week, as Councillor Vorster alluded to, at Transport and Infrastructure Committee, we did have quite some discussion about light rail stage 4, but I think the input of the councillors is relevant to this. And I'm not sure how we might work it in. I'm trying to find it now. I did have it. But there were things that the councillors wanted to be focused on in stage 4 around the stations were SEPTED, about active transport linkages and the design of the stations and so forth. I'm sorry, I can't find it now. And I just think that all of those things are pertinent to this particular study, Mr. Chairman. Now, you weren't at that committee and you don't have that knowledge, but just wondering how we might tie that in. The recommendations were specific to light rail stage 4 and to advise the Department of Transport that our early priorities are business-friendly station design, adherence to the highest SEPTED standards, environmentally sensitive interfacing to natural areas and habitats, protecting the amenity in local streets, complementary active transport infrastructure and connection. That one's not relevant. So each of those things I think are relevant considerations and aspirations of the council that might be lifted from 4 to 3 where we've got an opportunity, and this seems like an opportunity. Separately, Chairman, I did have a general business motion prepared and I discussed briefly with the Director, and that related to the Burleigh Heads precinct in particular, and that was about trying to influence the design of the future light rail station at Burleigh Heads, seeking to reflect and reinforce the particular character of the locality. So I may seek to introduce a an addition here, once it's moved, that we ask the director to look at those outcomes from T&I committee and apply them.
So, Alicia, do you just want to... There's a bit of a crossover here between what the station design work is, which is particularly TMR-led, versus what we can control through this process in the surrounding streets. So how are we going about trying to impact our wishes, whether it's stage 3 or stage 4, in that planning process for the actual light rail itself?
Through you, Mr Chair. Good question. I think Richard and I were just having a quick chat about that then. It's important with this process to know that this is not solely focused on light rail. So this is about planning for that corridor and planning for the growth and the future growth of the city. In terms of Councillor Young's question and the proposed GB motion, that's definitely something that we can take. It would be taken out of this process and put into the general discussions, the committees that I said that Alton and I sit on to talk about. But I'm pretty sure, and I'd have to take this on notice and confirm, that a lot of the station design has already been included in the tenders up to as I've gone through that process. So I can take that on notice and get some commentary on that before Tuesday. But with this process and the neighbourhood framework process, I think we have to be careful of trying to intertwine the light rail into it, whereas this is a city plan, this is a planning scheme project.
Cool. Councillor Jones.
Through you to the Director. So I appreciate that it's a city plan process and that we are probably looking to do better than what maybe happened in the targeted growth areas in the last...
we're not using those words anymore.
And that's what I said, we're going to do better. You know, so... I suppose I'm interested in knowing ultimately how much reliance we will be taking on the information that we get from people completing the survey and from where they actually live. So I think part of the challenge that we have is sorting out. There might be somebody might be very excited about the city plan who lives at Currumbin and wants to influence overtly what might be happening in the corridor. So will the survey actually pick up where residents who are completing the survey live? And also the other thing that I think that we should ask in the survey is how long have they lived in that suburb as well? Because I think that all helps us and helps the information that's coming in regarding the survey, and also I think potentially helps with surveys being hijacked by somebody who may not have skin in the game in the actual area where the change is proposed, where changes may be on foot.
Do you want to touch on that, Zane or Alicia?
Sorry, through the chair, that is correct, councillor. The survey is broken down so that we can understand the responses based on those who live or work in that corridor and the broader city as well, and also people's interest in the corridor. So, for example, people who love to visit or people who want to live in that corridor as well. So we're able to break down the data that we get out of that survey so that it can be truly meaningful for us in our and how that will kind of guide the framework in the future.
And then, if I recall correctly, the community reference groups that are to be formed are specifically drawn from the local area. So they won't be hijacked by outside interests that don't necessarily align with the genuine local neighbourhood that we're intending to plan for. So I think that's an important point about when we actually have people from the community sitting down around the table, you know, sifting through some of these important characteristics of the neighbourhood. They are actually going to be locals.
If I can add there too, Mr Chair, Councillor Jones, it's important that the investigation area program, which I know you've had a few in your division, we're really taking the best bits out of that as well. So it will be a process very similar to that.
Which is to pick up on the point that you made at the outset. You know, we are genuinely trying to provide the gold standard in the way that we go about our planning. And, you know, when we did amendments 2 and 3, I think it was an improvement in the process that had been undertaken when we created City Plan. But we can do better. And I think you had rightly pointed out that some of those investigation area approaches had been really well done and well received by the community. So if we front end some of this, it won't be a surprise, and hopefully work we do early will lead to a quicker turnaround at the end. So, Councillor Gates.
Thanks, Chairman, and I'm not meaning to be critical here, but if this is about much more than the light rail, I don't know what's intended with if you look at page 923 and the draft neighbourhood framework is headed up Gold Coast light rail stations. And then as you move through that document, every area is defined as Mermaid Beach Station, Mermaid Beach South Station. I just feel that if it's about so much more than the stations, perhaps that shouldn't be the focus.
Mr Chair, if I can clarify, Councillor Gates, and thanks for asking that then. When I say it's more than the light rail, we're not talking about just the stations or public embellishments or placemaking. We're talking about the actual planning and characteristics of those neighbourhoods, which go a bit more than what a traditional or what we have done in the past with other light rail stages. Is that correct, guys? Does anyone want to add anything in there?
Oh, yeah, sorry, thanks, Alicia. The key focus for us too was to look at the neighbourhoods that were anchored around stations. So otherwise, do we do it at a suburb level? It's trying to put some context around how we worked out those neighbourhoods. And then also the sequencing and staging that we're looking at is centred on the stations as well.
I totally understand. I just wondered if the document reflects that appropriately, and I'll leave that to you to have a look at.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions, councillors? Otherwise, we'll go back to Councillor Hamill if you'd like to move it. Seconded by Councillor Owen Jones. Councillor Hamill, did you want to speak to it?
Very briefly, Mr Chair, that the previous term of councillors went through an interesting and exhaustive experience with updates 2 and 3. There was a lot of community outcry around the consultation process, and I think a few things were touched on today that perhaps they felt they were led in some areas, or their input wasn't sought early enough in the process. I'm very glad to hear that it sounds like we're on a very different path with this one, and to say to residents that live in those areas, and I think that was a really important point that was raised by Councillor Owen Jones, this has to be about the people living there, not residents in other sections of the city hijacking the entire argument. This is for the residents that live in this corridor, and would encourage all of them to get involved and have their input during this process.
Anyone else want to speak for or against? Councillor Owen Jones.
So, yes, thanks, Chair. Picking up what you said earlier in regards to our investigation areas and how that worked, the Oxenford investigation area has been slow and it's sometimes torturous, but we're taking it very carefully and we're being methodical about it. And I think that the residents that live in that area appreciate that that's what we've done. So if we can pick up those elements and transfer it into these changes, that's great. If anybody is interested, I think page 912 of the report is actually really important because it shows what the city is proposing to do and what our statutory obligation is. So we have highlighted the formal public consultation, but I think what we can do better is make sure before we get there that we've done all of these interim steps, but we still have to work somehow within the framework that the state government legislation requires of us in regards to making changes. So I'm very much looking forward to getting active and passionate residents from that area involved in those CRG groups so that we can actually get some really good outcomes and communicate it properly into those residential groups.
Councillor Peter Young, then Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to say I'm supporting this today. I think it's a great step forward, and seeing that we're probably likely to lead into stage 4 of the light rail, I think it'll give some comfort to residents in stage 4 of the light rail that we are going to be listening to the residents, especially around the station areas. Thank you.
Councillor Young.
Thanks, Chairman. I'd like to move an amendment which is addition of a number 5. I certainly support the objectives of the planning exercise and engaging with the community, and it's well received. But I just want to give consideration to and reflect upon the decision of the committee from Tuesday, because I think it's relevant. For example, in regard to Burleigh Head Station, there's mention of green connections and pedestrian cycling experience and so forth. And these are the elements that were recommended by the committee to council. And they don't just restrict themselves to the station design. They do mention station design, SEPTAB standards, again, that's around the station precincts, but environmentally sensitive interfacing to natural areas and habitats. I think that's relevant on this corridor. Protecting the amenity in local streets, and that's to ensure that we don't just have a corridor, but we're looking at, like a light rail corridor, but we're looking at what impacts there are on the local and adjacent streets. Complementary active transport infrastructure, so that's all about ensuring we've got proper provision for that. And so my amendment is number 5, which is that the director have regard to the recommendations of Transport and Infrastructure Committee 11th of May 2021 in relation to light rail stage 4, which are considered relevant for stage 3 corridor planning, for the stage 3 corridor planning exercise. None of it. Do you want me to read again? That the director have regard to the recommendations of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee 11 May 21 in relation to the light rail stage 4 which are considered relevant to the stage 3 corridor planning exercise.
A question if I could, Mr Chair.
Councillor Hamill.
Mr Chair, you'll have to forgive me on this, but since we haven't endorsed that recommendation from committee yet at full council, can this actually be included in this motion? Forgive my ignorance in this stuff.
Like, it can, and to the extent that if that was to never be incorporated, then the resolution from committee effectively still becomes content which we are adopting today. So it depends on which way it all goes. But, you know, the recommendations that were in the Transport Committee minutes are a reflection of that content from that meeting, which we, if we take this amendment, are then bringing into this particular resolution. So it's yes,
so
yes.
Yes. Okay. So then, through to the director, is she comfortable with this number 5? Does it add an issue to the original intent of the recommendation?
Through you, Mr Chair, Councillor Hamill, I'm comfortable with the recommendation as it's read. I haven't seen the report that went through Transport and Infrastructure, so I'll read that between now and Tuesday and make sure that there's nothing in there, but I could imagine that it would all tie in with what we were planning on doing anyway.
In that case, Mr Chair, as I move the motion, perhaps through you to Councillor Young, would ask that he hold off his 5 until full council, and then if directors had a chance to read that, he can introduce that at that time, an addition then.
Well, we can ask that question of Councillor Young, but okay. All right. Well, let's just park that, Robin, and email it to someone so the text isn't needing to be retyped. But let's. I mean, we may even want to just refine that a little bit more anyway, and potentially just record them rather than the reference. Just actually record the things in content anyway. So, Councillor Owen-Jones. Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mr Chair. I'd just like to thank the officers. I have had a briefing from council officers, and certainly this is a step forward for meaningful engagement of the community. I've certainly looking at a list of residents, businesses, etc. In that area. for consideration. I'm trying to get a broad range of representation in that area. This is very important. And also with both comments that have been made by councillors in relation to residents living in that particular location, the amount of time that they've lived there, and to have meaningful engagement that certainly not with the setup of questions to get a desired outcome. And I think that we'll get a better result than what we've seen previously. And I do have to agree with Councillor Gates in the title. It is a state government project with the light rail, and we are trying to address the issues that come around in those areas of the stations, because they do have big impacts on the surrounding community. And thank you very much. There's been a lot of work that's gone into this, and I look forward to see what comes up with the questions, and I'd certainly like to be involved in that. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else want to speak for or against? Councillor Hamel, did you want to close?
So closed.
Take the vote. All in favour? Against? Carried. Someone can just let Councillor Vorster back in. Councillor Vorster, what's happening?
Oh, not much, Mr.
Of course he did.
Freudian slip. I'm a savant.
Okay. Item 9. Councillors, pretty narrow scope of the report, foreshadowing a future report, effectively. So, do we have any questions or any contributions to make? Councillor Vorster?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciated that officers took an opportunity to ask me if I had any questions prior to this matter being considered. I don't. I actually formed the view that we shouldn't be embarking on this, but I am interested in the genesis of the idea, and I just wondered through you to officers, what precipitated, or what trend in application precipitated city officers looking at this outcome? So I'm talking about auxiliary units in the Gold Coast context.
Sure, through the chair. I guess there are a few things in play. So one was the corporate strategy actually has an action in there to investigate how we can further diversify and provide additional housing choice in the city. There was in 2017 a housing needs investigation presented to council, and I think it was termed dual occupancies at the time, but much the same outcome. That was identified as a housing option or outcome that could be further explored. Now at that time, council resolved not to further investigate it at that time, but it didn't necessarily scrap that as an idea. More recently, there's been industry groups, so the Planning Institute, for example, who have written to council suggesting that it's something council could look at. In addition, our neighbouring council, Logan, have allowed or facilitate the use in their scheme, and there are some project builders who've actually designed buildings around it, and there are now some that have been built in the city, and because they don't comply with our scheme, there's sort of compliance. So I guess there's a few things that have come up. So again, we haven't necessarily come up with a policy position, but it was purely, as the chair said, to see whether council's got an appetite to pursue an investigation.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Could I just, through you to officers, get an understanding of some of the issues that Logan encountered when they first opened themselves up to this living option?
Sure, through the chair. So I guess this is anecdotal only, so from discussions from some time ago. So they introduced it in 2015 with their scheme, and they actually revisited it in the last couple of years. And from my understanding, they sought to increase the lot size where they're built, increase the parking requirements, and then I think there were some other practical issues with telephone connections and addresses and things like that.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I've got an alternate recommendation, but plainly no other councillors had an opportunity to ask questions or speak. But I just wanted to flag that. Thanks.
I mean, I guess as has just been outlined, it's probably anecdotal at this point and would be canvassed in more detail if we were to bring back this proposed paper. Yeah. So it would be more informative, you know, in time. Councillor Jones.
I don't have an alternate recommendation, but I'm happy to move the officer's recommendation that we actually bring forward a report, because clearly there is an issue in regards to, it's an emerging issue because page 966 says that they get approved under one scheme, effectively self-assessment, and then it turns up as a problem in regards to enforcement action. So I think that we'd actually benefit from a report, and then we could tease out from that report the things that we could actually do better than maybe some of the other local government authorities. So size of block, number of cars would all be part of that. And there is an indicative plan on page 964 that it may be, in order, for example, for you to have an auxiliary dwelling development, that you actually need a front door to the second dwelling that's proposed. So I think that it would be a useful exercise to actually get a report to see what could be done better.
Councillor Vorster, just broadly, are you proposing that we still get a report in your motion, or are you suggesting we just kill this straight away?
No, and look, Mr. Chairman, in response to your question, we, to my mind, took the step of, to use your vernacular, killed it off a couple of years ago, and it's reared its head again. Now, it may have reared its head in response to housing need, but I am vehemently against this type of outcome in suburban areas, because I know the consequences there will be on parking, particularly on narrow residential streets, because it's not just the on-street car parking, so the off-street car parking that's provided for, could be provided for, but there are other impacts. About 2 birthday parties held simultaneously, for example, by 2 different families on the same lot, and what impact that can have. I'm also of the view that council held the line when there was some contemplation about expanding the footprint of home-based businesses for a lot of the same risks that we might encounter by opening the door here. I have had one recent application for what could be called an auxiliary development. I'm unsure of how many others there may be throughout the city where they have secured approval and constructed these things on the basis that the second dwelling, quote unquote, cannot be rented out. And I think there's a danger in formalising a land use where they couldn't then go seek a change. In other words, to seek a new approval or a change that would then allow these secondary dwellings that have proliferated through the city to then be rented out. I think it's very fraught, and so long as we can make decisions like we have today to deliver 20 townhouses in Robina and 1,500 potential dwellings also in Robina that provide people with a good standard of amenity, we shouldn't be compromising amenity in suburban streets. We should not be I'm actually now really, really ferociously passionate on this point. We should not be compromising amenity in suburban streets. We've already done that with narrow streets. We've already done that with insufficient car parking. We've already done that with not providing footpaths. We've already done it to the point where people bemoan driving into suburban streets. Let us not compound it by adding these auxiliary units. It's not the place for it. Let's instead look for decent infill development opportunities to accommodate people in the sort of housing that they should aspire to and want. And if it's a question of meeting need, well, we do that by working with the state government on what our urban footprint looks like and where we put people in expansion areas. So I've got no appetite for this. It's just, it'll compromise suburbia. And I want to make this point. Although there might be this notion in the corporate plan that we need to provide options, to my mind, we provide options or living options by preserving suburban streets and their suburban character. We have high rises, we've got medium rise development, we've got gated communities, but we also have suburban streets. And if we want to preserve suburban streets and the lifestyle of suburban streets as a living option, we shouldn't be taking the step. And I just want to say as well, councillors, and I know the day's been long, but you would recall that the state government attempted to ban cul-de-sacs a little while ago, right? And we pushed back against that very forcefully because we did not want to compromise the experience of living on a suburban street. This compromises it. In my view, let's not even go there. And that's why, while I don't have an opportunity to present the words, what I would propose is something that read that city officers not undertake any further work which may support facilitation and regulation of auxiliary units in the city plan. And I don't propose that we follow Logan down this path because I think we can do things better.
Yeah. Okay. Well, look, let's take that as a motion. Yeah. Let's just hold file for 1 sec. Do you just want to read that out again slowly?
Yeah. Thanks, Councillor Caldwell. It reads that city officers not undertake any further work which may support the facilitation and regulation of auxiliary units in city plan. And that's not a part 3, and I know the minute secretary's across this, not a part 3, it would be a whole new motion.
That's a new motion. So just cut 1 and 2 out and then paste them below for the moment. Yep, that looks good.
Yes, and I might just make auxiliary units a proper noun, so capital A and a capital U, because of course we should be enforcing any conditions on existing like secondary dwellings and what have you. In city plan, yes. Sorry, thanks, Daphne. Councillor McDonald.
Okay, so we'll just mark that as moved by Councillor Vorster and seconded by Councillor Hamill.
I think it was
Councillor Young.
Yeah.
I thought you did.
No, Councillor Young seconded. Councillor Voice's part. I'm happy to second you first.
Right. Okay. Sorry. So many hands going up. Such enthusiasm for planning today. So, moved by Councillor Vorster, seconded by Councillor Peter Young. Okay. Now, Councillor Owen Jones, did you want to foreshadow the officer's recommendation? So if you can then just put a foreshadow in there between them. Close enough. Councillor Gates, question.
Yeah, thank you. Question to yourself, Councillor Caldwell and Councillor Hamill, because I noted on the bottom of page 965 there are existing approvals in place at Dixon Drive and at the Heights Estate and within the Pimpamar Village. Now, during my time as representative of the Pimpamar Village and the Heights, I never ever received a complaint. So I wondered if you're familiar with any complaints that arose, or whether, Councillor Hamill, you've had any since you've been the representative.
Sorry, say that again. Yeah, no, you can go with Pimpamar first.
Through you to Councillor Gates, so no complaints from residents. The only complaints have been from city officers in dealing with this issue which this report is looking to open up, in that there's been ones that have been approved and then we get a different section of council that has to take other action against it because things don't align properly, but absolutely no complaints from the community on these dwellings.
But they're approved as
Granny flats.
secondary dwellings for family accommodation type uses. So then people aren't actually doing that, they're doing other things, which means they're not actually approved as this. Like the built form is approved in this style, shall we say. That's my understanding.
So that's where I'm heading to ask you first, if you're aware of complaints, or the officers, have there been any development compliance issues raised about these not being used in the way intended? Because I can imagine for extended families and what have you who don't want to pay an additional cost in rates as families grow and age, that this is a very sensible sort of outcome. So I can also appreciate what Councillor Vorster is suggesting, but that may not be the case in every occasion, that there is an overabundance of parking problems or what have you. So what my preference today would be was for the officers to do as has been suggested and bring something back, because information is key always to our decision making, and I would always want to have the benefit. I have never heard of a complaint. I didn't know this was happening in our city in family accommodation privately certified approvals. So I'm interested in what might be possible, but I have certainly not made up my mind whether I would support that, depending on the information that comes forward.
Through you, Mr Chair, Councillor Gates, I can think of a few examples over the years since I've been in DA areas. I think recently, I don't know if Mick has any, or Andy, through your research with the report, if there's been any. I guess they're all on different circumstances too, Councillor Gates, exactly as you say. So I think we've certainly had, I can think of one in your division, Councillor Young, was probably a Nerang, I think it was a number of years ago. But that's it, and that was a family accommodation. I think there was issues, but not necessarily tied to what the auxiliary unit would be.
Interestingly, Councillor Gates, I would like to overlay where these privately certified buildings are compared to where I perceive that there were other issues that were not acceptable, like an over-proliferation of cars in the street and up on curbs and in driveways and all that sort of stuff. So it would actually be an interesting exercise to, thinking back, I wonder whether those two issues are actually linked. But I was aware of one out at Maudslin just recently where the person was trying to sell their house and holding it out to be some sort of approved, something or other. And I explained that categorically that would not be the case. So, yeah. Councillor Vorster?
Look, thanks, Mr Chairman. And just for the benefit of those tuning in, I think Councillor Gates and I are not too far apart. I recall the decision to support what was then family accommodation by council and the policy decision to forego infrastructure fees so that there could be accommodation provided close for parents who may be ageing to support being from their children. And that is a very compassionate and sensible policy which I recall supporting, or maybe I was a city officer at the time, but notwithstanding, that made sense. The difficulty was, though, is that the family accommodation definition disappeared when we moved to the new Planning Act. And all of a sudden, our position in supporting family outcomes and our infrastructure fee concessions on supporting family outcomes became a much greater burden than we originally set out on, because now our concessions and our planning treatment applied to all secondary dwellings. And that created issues which, to my mind, we haven't addressed. I'm sure all of us would be familiar with driving down a street that has a particular street character, and then you'd be confronted by a secondary dwelling that's been built in front? I know I can think of a few. Maybe they just happened in Division 11. But our original policy intent, to the way I remember, to the best of my recollection, was to support the family outcomes, which Councillor Gates thinks are so sensible, particularly when it doesn't necessarily mean any increase to rates, and that I support. But the issue is, it's now become a bit bigger than Ben-Hur. And rather than address the problem, which I think we need to address because we're getting terrible built outcomes, to my mind, this opens the door to compounding the problem, because an auxiliary unit, through you, Mr. Chairman, to Councillor Gates, the purpose of an auxiliary unit is so that it can be rented out to a second family, quite apart from the first. So it's not about providing support to someone who may dwell in the auxiliary dwelling. It's about extracting a rental income from that second family. And because auxiliary units open up the possibility and in fact seek to serve these two separate families, effectively living in one house, because it seeks to do that, you have all of the burden of two families compressed into a site that would otherwise only provide accommodation for one. And that means demands on trunk infrastructure, it means amenity issues in the street with car parking, and to me, undermines everything that we're seeking to protect about choice along the city line. So in response to what Councillor Gates said, we can have effectively secondary dwellings that provide for family accommodation with what we presently have. We can have it. Not pursuing this report does not prevent somebody establishing a secondary dwelling for mum and dad, or grandma and granddad. So we're not stopping that. What we're potentially stopping is the ability for people to extract a rental income from a second family living on a separate home on their lot in suburbia and inducing all sorts of parking issues. And the other thing I'd flag, and I know city officers would contemplate this in their proposal, right? Street frontages are diabolical. Like, you think about a modern estate, street frontages are diabolical. To think that there may be possibilities where we end up with an auxiliary unit with no real provision for on-street car parking, but supported because there's one on site, is just too difficult for me to contemplate when spread across the coast. And just so you know, I'm not reacting to innate fear or suspicion. I've just had one of these come up through Robina, and city officers were quite surprised that I had queries. But after we got into it, there were lots of things that needed addressing, lots of things. And I don't know that they can be overcome in a reasonable way. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
So, Dandelion House.
Who facilitated that?
I'm surprised to get that advice from you, Councillor.
Anyway, Councillor Owen-Jones.
So, so in regards to the proposed foreshadowed motion, it would probably be better if it said issues, comma, benefits and disadvantages of facilitating, regulating auxiliary units, and then we can, if it became the motion, we can hoover up all of the issues that may exist. But part of the challenge clearly is we have a problem. It's turned up, officers are trying to do some enforcement. If we want to stop it, we probably need to change the city plan, or at least tighten something up in the city plan, because something's not working quite right. So I think, so I'll speak against the proposed recommendation, because I think that the foreshadowed alternative gives us an opportunity to, it's a chance to back the officers in regards to wanting to see a change or the potential for change.
Thanks, Chairman. I supported Councillor Voss's motion because I sensed in the report the desire was to find a way to make this work and to introduce the auxiliary units as a specific land use definition and provide the necessary support for that. And I've got the same kind of concerns that Councillor Vorster has expressed. And when I did see this one in, I think it was Black Pines, it might have been more than some years ago, it did raise concerns about the nature, the way it was coming in, because it was then a secondary dwelling. So it seemed to be a bit under the counter and undesirable in that respect. So I'm quite happy for there to be a focus on making it black and white, but the original motion and report was all about making this happen, enabling this to be introduced, and I don't necessarily support that. So I'm happy if there's a report, as foreshadowed by Councillor Owen-Jones, that addresses all of the issues and not necessarily taking a positive or negative objective in that regard.
Okay. Anyone else want to speak for or against Councillor Vorster's motion? Councillor Gates.
Sorry, Chairman. I just wanted to make it clear that I felt that this was being put forward in order to have better and tighter management of what is occurring at present, on the basis of what's at the bottom of page 963, where it says that the concept was to have members of the same households using dual occupancy, but that's not how it is working out as per your example as well. So I feel that it's important. It's not that I want to support this outcome. I feel personally that it's going to be important to have a report and then to make an informed decision.
Yep.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, so often I hear that city officers, our hard-working planning officers who have to grapple with the complexity of building infrastructure plans and drafting amendments to planning schemes and responding to the emerging need to protect heritage, are under the pump. And why wouldn't they be under the pump? Because they have to wrestle with big, complex bodies of work. At times, we have resolved to support those officers with additional resources, particularly as we need to meet deadlines to deliver things like amendment packages to the city plan, or to respond to the state government's need for us to deliver a spit master plan, which again I did not vote for. But how can we, in good faith, I feel, support this motion when what it will do is take up officer time exploring something which I think we generally all have at least some level of discomfort with, when the body of work to get to for the city plan is so long. It is so long, and we're not getting to that work. There are things to fix, and this, to my mind, is an unhelpful distraction, because this will not fix the issues that are most pressing to the city. This, to my mind, the recommendation in the report was presumptive. It assumed a disposition to facilitating and regulating. It presumed an outcome in my view, but that's my view. Now, Councillor Owen-Jones and Councillor Gates want a report, and that's fine. Maybe they need more information, and I hope that information dissuades them from supporting auxiliary units. But I think that it is an unhelpful distraction that commits city resources potentially to taking us to a position where we have homes knocked down, rebuilt as two, and rented out in half. Not to one extended family where there is a social benefit for doing that and supporting that, but to two distinct families with two extended families of their own, with multiple groups of friends, and all the reason to induce traffic into narrow residential streets. Streets are narrow. Streets are filled with cars. Stormwater infrastructure is destroyed because of unlawful and irregular parking. These issues are compliance issues and enforcement issues. And really, it's our ability to enforce our approvals which is the issue at play. If we've approved secondary dwellings and they're not, or family accommodation, and they're not being used as intended, the answer is not to come up with a land use that makes it lawful. The answer is to enforce the development approval. And I would sooner receive a report or a request from city officers asking for more resources to enforce approvals than to, in my mind, waste their time coming up with a land use that can legitimise a use and make these things lawful. And I sincerely worry that there are lots of these developments out there in suburbia that have been privately certified that none of us are aware of. And they will become lawful as rental properties. And I just want to flag this. There was a body of work done around building height and that whole missing middle piece, right? And there was an overlay that was applied across suburbia to put a cap on densification, as it were, right? I think it's that 12-metre piece of work that we did. And Director, you can correct me if I'm wrong. What was the purpose of putting in that 12-metre cap to constrain development in suburbia if we're going to entertain a horizontal densification? What was the purpose? Because I would sooner prefer to see height than I'd prefer to see width, or at least a variation. To my mind, supporting this competes too heavily with the hard line we've taken on preserving suburbia, and I'm not at all supportive of distracting city officers when there are so many other defects that have so much more impact on our city and our residents that need to be addressed first. This has just come up and not guided, I think, by the program of works that we've endorsed in the priority that we've endorsed them.
Councillor Gates, why is your hand up?
Chairman, I understand debate's closed. I just have one question in rereading the recommendation that we're about to vote on. The approved dwellings at the moment that have been privately certified I'm worried about and regulation in this wording. Are we able to regulate that in any way if it has been privately certified?
Through you, Mr Chair, Councillor Gates, we can, and I think I just passed a suggestion to Councillor Corwell there that we're happy to look at if committee did decide to undertake the original officer's recommendation, we could look at the issues that we have had from a compliance perspective. But when it has been private certified, it's a lot harder. And Mick might
So that is my point, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful in any way, but by supporting your motion here, the officers won't take on work to regulate.
Sure. So, Mr Chairman, if I could just be clear, the reason why I used the term facilitation and regulation was to make it, they're the same words used by the city officers in the officer recommendation. And facilitation and regulation of, so I'm linking facilitation and regulation of, applies to auxiliary units, which would be a new land use. So what I'm saying is keep the status quo, don't try and create or do anything to create a new land use, and if there are issues with privately certified developments, dual occupancies that are being rented out, I want to make this point. They're being rented out unlawfully. They're being rented out unlawfully. So we will respond to complaint, but city officers have the ability to issue a show cause notice to bring the actual use in line with the approval, despite the fact that it was accepted development and privately certified. This is a development compliance issue. It's not a land use creation issue, because if we're about protecting amenity, then we need to resource our enforcement officers, not open the door to create a bigger problem.
Okay, debate's closed. So in relation to Councillor Vorster's motion, all in favour? Councillor Pettier and Councillor Vorster. Against? That motion is lost. The foreshadowed motion becomes the motion.
Thank you. Can I just ask a question of the Director?
Yeah.
So auxiliary units aren't currently defined under the city plan?
Through you, Mr Chair, Councillor Jones, that's correct.
And they're not, are they currently defined under any state definitions?
They are, yeah. So I'm just looking at Mick here. Do you want to answer that, Andy?
I guess effectively they would be dual occupancies as we define it. So yeah, Logan used an administrative definition to further sort of describe a version of dual occupancies, but we don't have a specific definition for that.
Rightio. So if I could drop capital A from auxiliary and I'll just have it as a noun, and I'll speak to it briefly. I move that the city officers undertake investigation of the issues, benefits and disadvantages of facilitating and regulating auxiliary units in city plan.
And then, Councillor Jones, the Director just provided some wording where we might, if we wanted to investigate a little bit more broadly, we could add "and any current policy concerns for secondary dwellings / dual occupancies in current city plan." Are you interested in adding that to your...
I am interested in adding that because I think that that will pick up the changes that were also made in the context of home accommodation and just that whole... we clearly have concerns. We've got concerns in regards to the size of blocks. We've got concerns in regards to street frontage. We've got concerns in regards to parking, and we can deal with it if we know, if we have information. Information will be the king, and then we will come into a decision-making process based on information that's provided to us, and we'll all have open and persuadable minds, and we won't have pre-committed to either saying yes or no against something.
I'll just see if someone wants to second Councillor Owen Jones's motion. So Councillor Hamill, Councillor Vorster.
Can I speak against?
Yep. Can we just get that extra wording up on the screen? Right, Councillor Vorster.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. we all know that a growing city causes growing pains. We're feeling them right now. And not only are they social pains and amenity pains, I'm firmly of the view that they carry financial pains as well. And what is required of us is to deliver infrastructure to support that growing population. And it is expensive to deliver infrastructure, and it will only get more expensive. One of the issues that I keep talking about, and perhaps some councillors may be of the same mind as me, but when we levy infrastructure fees on development to fund our local government infrastructure plan, with at least respect to the community and parks network, we are limited to acquiring land only, not to funding social infrastructure like libraries and community centres and swimming pools that you need when you have a growing population. In other words, as development unfolds and infrastructure fees are gathered, we are going to carry the burden of funding it, and ratepayers will be carrying the burden of funding that social infrastructure in suburban areas, because the contributions made from development in those areas can only really be used practically in the expansion areas to the far west of our urban footprint. If we support a policy approach that allows a house to be knocked down and to be made to, not only will you be putting the institution of a suburban street on the altar and sacrificing it, but you will be paying for the privilege, because every ratepayer will have to, out of their rates, pay to deliver the infrastructure that's required to deliver the community facilities in that area, because you can't do it through infrastructure fees and you can't do it through LGIP. The most sensible way of accommodating extra Gold Coasters, the most sensible way is to focus on areas, curate them, and identify opportunities to concentrate people around services, around public transport, along major transport corridors. That's what we did with that Robina decision earlier. As uncomfortable as that was, that's what we did. I have to tell you, there are huge swathes of my community that are not serviced by public transport, that do not have adequately wide roads and do not have access to community open space. They don't have those things. And to think that we're going to be adding more people in there without the ability to provide for them, I think does not pass the pub test. If we're going to put population anywhere, why wouldn't we put them in services? Why would we open the door to putting them into the heart of suburbia where those things do not exist? I have been a major proponent of the up, not out model. I've been a major proponent of it. I've supported sensible development decisions that have stuck to this philosophy. But today, if you support this, you're rewriting the rules, in my view. You're rewriting the rules. And there will be no suburban lifestyle left. It's a watershed moment for me, and I feel passionate about it, and we should not be doing this.
All right, thank you. Anyone else want to speak for or against? Councillor Gates.
Thanks, Chairman. Very, very briefly, I will speak for the motion. Whilst recognising the passion that Councillor Vorster has spoken with today, I think as an older member of this council with much older relatives, I think...
My granddad's 92.
Well, with much older relatives who perhaps may need to be accommodated by a family, I feel that there are possibly benefits in some instances to this type of family accommodation. That is what I'm hoping to see in a report. I don't, in my heart, believe that this would be something that would be embraced by most people in suburbia, but the opportunity for it may be something that we can consider for families in their special circumstances. There are so many things I can think of that would be a benefit to families to be able to live in this way. There are so many things I can think of where someone might not be a burden on our infrastructure as they age, and in fact that they actually deserve our respect, our kindness and our support as they age for all that they've contributed for all of their life. And that's the focus I'm coming from, to see what we can do to support an ageing family member or a young family member for whatever circumstances that may arise, may need accommodation close to families. And it can be for many, many reasons. It can be health related or circumstantial. So I just don't want to today close the door on the opportunity to look. And as I mentioned, when I first stood to discuss this today, it was on the basis of getting the proper information back from our expert planners, giving them an opportunity to put forward the experiences at Logan. That might be sufficient for me to change my mind. But until I see what's happening, where there have been complaints that I'm not familiar with myself, sure, I've had lots of cars parking on the street. That has been a very horrible part of our development of smaller allotments and skinnier roads, in my view. But I haven't seen it specific to this issue. So I'll be grateful to, if this motion is successful, get a report and thoroughly assess it.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr Chair. This issue has come up over a number of years, and I can remember some years ago when this discussion was held, and it was about a family accommodation. Same arguments as Councillor Gates had mentioned. You know, council tried to find a solution for those family members that want to live on site, but unfortunately you have people out there in the community who do things for the wrong reasons. Our compliance are, I think, stretched to the limit in the number of investigations that they have to do. We certainly should be looking at providing more funds towards our compliance area to, I think, increase the number of officers there, because they are certainly, like I said, stretched to the limit. There was one not so many years ago at Eleanora where an interstate person had purchased the property. There was a house on the property. They had quite a big backyard, and there was a development that was put on in the backyard as per a family accommodation. All the residents surrounding that area, backside, across the road residents, all knew that that was not going to be the case. And unfortunately, there's some sort of loophole that allows people to develop these properties, and because we all knew that with the house and the accommodation out the back, it wasn't going to be used for the application that it was applied for. And unfortunately, that's in place now. The little unit out the back was built right on the fence line, causing problems with the next door neighbour. The owner lives, you know, down south somewhere. They don't have the problems, but they leave all the problems with the car parking and everything in the street. So I'd certainly be looking at some debate because there are a lot of issues, and unless you're sitting at the councillors' desks that get these complaints that come in, you really don't know what the issues are. But the other thing that I think we should be looking at in the budget is putting more funds towards putting more compliance, because some of the complaints that I'm getting through with some of these what do you call it? Accommodation for community residents. We certainly have to look at it, and I'd look forward to a report.
Okay, anyone else want to speak for or against? I'm going to support the motion, and I don't characterise this resolution in any way, shape or form as in the same way that Councillor Vorster does. So I respectfully disagree because in actual fact I see this as an opportunity for us to open up an issue that I think has been probably a little bit underdone in terms of our thinking, and so I actually think that there's probably an opportunity for us to bring the hammer down in some areas where it's been exploited and to try and refine the approach that we're taking. So I see this as an opportunity for us to broaden our information in order to come up with a refined policy position on all of these types of dwellings. So, thank you, Father. Anyone else want to speak? Otherwise, I think we'll take the vote.
I'd love to close.
No, you're not getting the... Do you want to?
Thank you.
Really?
Yeah, I do, because I want to say that I don't support a policy position. I support calling for a report.
Which, as I said, I think that's the way...
And we live in a lovely place of the world where we're going to have 280 days of sunshine and lifestyle will be protected and it'll all be okay, right? So... So it might get passed unanimously.
Sorry, mic's on. So I'll put the motion to you. Councillor Owen-Jones's motion, seconded by Councillor Hamill. All in favour? Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Gates, Councillor Owen-Jones, Councillor Caldwell.
Did we call a division?
Yes, we did. And Councillor O'Neill and Councillor Vorster were absent. All right, councillors, that concludes the listed agenda items. Councillor Peter.
Chair, I had that general business item in regard to the Burleigh Heads station.
I thought we were going to put that into the...
No, that was about the stage 3 corridor.
Right.
This was specific, lifting from our discussions about the theatre. Okay. And the motion is that the Director, Planning Environment, coordinate a submission in conjunction with the Director of Transport and Infrastructure to the State Department coordinating the delivery of light rail stage 3 in regard to the design of the future light rail station at Burleigh Heads, seeking to reflect and reinforce the particular character of the locality. Good luck reading that.
I mean, Councillor, I've got no dramas with putting that forward because I actually think it makes complete sense. Whether they're so far advanced in their process that the state might not be able to make any adjustments is, I guess, we can only put our best foot forward. So, Director, are you happy to put something to the state along those lines?
Through you, Mr Chair, happy to, and I can report back. I think we even have a meeting next week, so I'm happy to report back and provide some advice.
Thanks, Chairman. Well, it's still coming up on the board, but...
That's right. I heard you read it, so I'm happy to second it.
Thanks, Chair.
Does anyone need any clarification on that? Otherwise, we'll take the vote. All in favour? Against? Carried.
Thanks, Chairman.
Right, are there any other items of general business? No, what a shame. That's fine. That's fine. Councillors, we should also... Do we need to move a resolution on that? We should... Yeah.
Through you, Mr Chair, councillors, just quickly, we'll We have the latest DA activity report, which is the January to March report. What we'll do, just so we can start the next committee, is Mick or I will email that out to you this afternoon. Says a very same picture of what we've had the past few months. Everything is on the increase, and you'll see that, and happy to take any questions.
Yeah, it'll go to everyone.
We'll send it to
It'll
all
go to all
councillors.
councillors. So did you want a general business to note that? Or
If
do
we
we
can,
not?
that
What do
would
we
be
normally
good.
do, Mick?
We normally get a GB.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'll move that the development activity report be noted, seconded by Councillor Gates. All in favour? Against? Carried. Meeting closed, 1:45.